We're in fucking danger mode, boys. We are out of protein bars and out of my favorite brand of yogurt. Now, we do have granola that can be put on the yogurt, but there's no yogurt to put the granola on, which sort of renders its usefulness minimal. I mean, you can just eat granola on its own. Do you have potatoes? I have some old potatoes, but that's not really a breakfast food. Well, you can make potatoes a breakfast food, but you know, that's a process. You have to prepare that. Anything is breakfast food. Can I posit something to you guys? Can I suggest something? If I may. You know what's not a breakfast food? Pancakes. Because if you eat pancakes, your shit is gone. You're fucked. You have consumed a brick. It's over for you. Like it eliminates your ability to be productive with your morning. Look, I know they're delicious, and I agree with that. I think waffles are great. But like a big flapjack stack? Absolutely not. I think waffles and French toast are categorically different. The problem with pancakes is the volume that they're eaten in. Now, they're fine for brunch or lunch if you don't have a busy day, but... How are you today? Well, I don't have any protein bars or yogurt, so it's pretty grim. It's pretty grim, in my opinion. Oh, I should probably turn the camera on. What's up? Your life is literally over. Dude, there's like so much to talk about. I'm actually gonna lose my mind. Just... First things first. I'll eat your brains, and then I'm rocking gold teeth and fangs. Sorry! Just a music head things. You wouldn't get it. I'm polytonal. You wouldn't... is that the thing now? Polytonal? Is it polyphonic? No, phonic is like phonemes. What's the... You know the thing? Polyphonic is correct? Okay, yeah. That lady, was it the... I don't remember. I don't remember what she looked like. It was a lady. Did she invent that trend? Where you're like, you're listening to a song and she's like, I experience music in a way you couldn't even fucking fathom. You know? She was so funny. That was iconic. Okay, so quick question. Why are Thailand and Cambodia at war? What's happening? Hello? Hello? Border dispute? It's always a border dispute. Do you think Thailand is embarrassed to fight with Cambodia? Can you imagine your op being, like, the country that's famous for having the biggest decline in its average life expectancy basically ever? Like, the single largest self-inflicted population decline? Like, proportional to the population. I know that Mao was putting up big numbers, but there were a lot of Han Chinese. How did it do that? It did that by doing the degenerate, ineffective version of what I want, okay? I want reverse Pol Potism. But what they did was Pol Potism, which doesn't work. You can't march people with glasses into the fields. You have to march the people in the fields over to the nearest Warby Parkers. What the hell? What if we just got along? Like, hypothetically. The border dispute between Cambodia and Thailand has its roots in the ambiguity of the demarcation line stemming from the Franco-Siamese Treaty of 1904. Oh my God. Guys, nobody's alive from then. Get over it. Jesus. It's because of Cambodian mines. What are they mining there? Is it perhaps emeralds? Oh, landmines. Oh. Sorry, without the protein and the yogurt cultures fermenting in my brain. I'm running it at about half speed. They're mining Cambodium. I don't know why that's so funny to me. The idea of Cambodia being the epicenter of like an Avatar-esque race for the next super element or something. I don't know. That would fucking suck for the Cambodian people, man. That would suck. They got the Wakanda stuff in Cambodia. Yeah, do you think that like the remnants of the Khmer Rouge have like hidden jungle fortresses with technology the likes of which we can like we all thought that Pol Pot's ideology killed millions, but in reality they just disappeared behind the force field, right? They got marched from the cities into the fields past the line, and now they're living in like an agrarian techno-futuristic paradise hidden in the jungle. That's so true. That's so true. Well, I hope they stop. I don't really know much about Cambodia these days. The only stuff I know about Cambodia is from like up to the 80s. Like, is anyone here more of a bad guy? Is there somebody here that's being more of a bastard, or is this just kind of like a classic border dispute situation? What do you know about Thailand? Their food, mostly. I know they have good food. Um, they have like really pretty traditional dress. I assume Cambodia does as well, but Thailand's a wealthier country. Of course, we talked a lot about Thailand in the context of LGBT rights. Ladyboys, you shouldn't say ladyboys, okay? I know it's exciting for you. I know that it gets your todger twitching when you say it, but you shouldn't say that, okay? It's trans women. They have trans women in Thailand, okay? It's just a different term. It's like how it's like you have that with two-spirit people, and you have that with I mean, yeah, it's like the third gender in India being kind of like non-binary. You're fundamentally describing the same like social archetype, you know? Nothing gets carried perfectly in translation. I thought ladyboys were actually separate from trans. Legally, categorically, they are. But I think that most people agree that the Western concept of a trans woman and the Thai concept of a ladyboy refer to basically the same social archetype. The difference being that they're treated as a separate gender in Thailand, which I would consider to be, in my opinion, a kind of legal oppression. Like, imagine if you had trans women here in the West, and it's like, okay, you have the man gender, the cis woman gender, and the trans woman gender. And trans women aren't like cis women; they're a separate gender, but they still got like boobs and they high pitched voices and stuff. I think most people would consider that ostracizing. Now, if you try to impose that dichotomy onto trans people or ladyboys or whatever in Thailand, they might disagree because they have a different culture. But I think that from the West, which all you motherfuckers are from, or at the very least, most of you are not Thai, you should probably engage with this in the context of your categorization, right? Because if you say ladyboy in the West, you're probably referring to a cross-dresser. Like that term in the West refers overwhelmingly to a demographic of people that is not trans women. You know, you're losing more information in the translation. You know. Binarity is dumb though. Yeah, well, tell a trans woman that, you know, after she gets he him at the grocery store. Excuse me. I thought most of that stuff was from sex trafficking more than anything. I don't know how many of those people actually choose to be that way. No, I don't think that's true. I don't think the predominance of LGBT representation in Thailand is because of sex trafficking. There's probably like a relationship between their acceptance of trans people and the fact that it's considered a very like tourist sex friendly country. But I think that's a largely colonial distinction to place in it. I imagine it's got to be pretty frustrating to be a scholar of like Thai LGBT rights, to have to like filter everything through this like not just Western lens, but also like you know, like everything gets kind of supplanted by your relationship to the imperial core. You know, it's complicated. Why would it be oppression if they were regarded as a third gender unless it's forced, let alone fact, but trans women know they're trans? Yeah, but tall women are still women, even if they're tall. Trans is an adjective. To suggest that trans women are a separate gender means they're not women, because woman is a gender term. It's a term that refers to a gender. So if you say trans women are a separate gender, you're saying they're not women. It's like trans women are different from cis women in the same way tall and short women are different. It's an adjective, right? It's a descriptive difference, you know. But you're still reaffirming the underlying truth, right? The fact that they're the same gender, you know, which is I've been told important to many trans people. You know, I not to interject into their affairs, but what kind of woke ass conversation did I walk into? That's so fucking true. Let's move on. Okay, I'm getting this. We have to talk about the easy stuff. Not easy, I guess. What the fuck is going on with women? I feel that way every day I wake up. Every day I wake up, I look at the ceiling and I think, what are those what are those bitches up to today? You see this T app thing? I love the Panopticon. T, an app that allows women to post pictures of men they're dating for feedback, is going viral. It's so fucking over. It's so fucking over, dude. Dating culture is so fucked. Yeah, classic example of women and men's spaces, right? Men are the ones who are supposed to be creepily taking photos of their dating partners and showing them to men online for validation. Come on. Marketed as an online dating safety app, T allows its users to post photos of men and ask others for tea. In other words, dirt or gossip on them. It's gaining popularity on TikTok, particularly among Gen Z users. This is this a straight dating app? I assume so, because it's women only and you post men, right? Can you imagine how fucked up it would be if there was a woman who was, God forbid, like hypothetically, a bitch, and she went dating around, I don't know, you know, Midtown, and she racked up profiles on guys, and later, a year later, you find out that there's a profile of you on T being shown to you by your current girlfriend, and it's like, yeah, like when I first met you, I saw your photo here, and I was like, oh my God, you're like a rapist or something, and then you're like, what the fuck? That's crazy. You can avoid this by simply being gay. Yeah, that's true. I mean, if you're a good guy, the girls will be sharing you around to the other girls. No, because the problem is this kind of app is self-selecting. It's like Neighborhood, right? The only kinds of people who would use an app like this are drama-hungry pieces of shit, right? Like, people are not using apps like this for altruism. They're doing it because they're paranoid, antisocial, vindictive, looking to get back at people who they feel have wronged them, whether or not it's justified. Like, that's... it's literally called tea. Like, it's marketed off this like dismissive slang term for gossip. It's not really about safety. How many downloads does it have? I'll leave you to figure it out with the clues available to you. I don't know, y'all, this already exists in group chats. Yeah, but this isn't a group chat. This is an app designed specifically for that purpose. Like, it's probably locationally based, right? Like, if you live in a city, it's like, you know, here's your area, here's the guys. People could be posting fucking addresses there, man. Phone numbers? That shit is crazy. It encourages really bad behavior. Powered by AI-driven safety tech. Yeah, of course, everything is. That's everything now, of course. Reverse image search, catch catfishers. Phone number lookup helps verify if someone has a hidden marriage or concerning history with their phone number. What does that mean? Background checks include the ability to access public records, sex offender maps, or criminal history to assess if your date is safe to meet up with in real life. Listen, unironic. Listen, I'm putting my foot down here for the future of the Western birth rate. Okay, I think it's normal to go on dates with people without running an extensive professional level background check on them first. In my opinion, I think that's crazy surveillance state shit, no matter how well-intentioned it might seem from the outside. And I know there are some instances where women would have benefited from this information. I'm not denying that at all. But as a rule, that's crazy. The hell are you? You're an ad. Fuck you. You're turning the dating market into LinkedIn. I mean, do you want the dating market to be LinkedIn? I've never seen a LinkedIn post that's made me feel loved. I don't know, man. Like, listen, I understand there are safety issues if you're a woman dating men, disproportionate. I get it. I've always been sympathetic to this. I guess to me, it's more like crime rates are down. Interpersonal and random crime, they're both down. Like, they're better now than they have been in the past. I don't think now is the right time to be introducing Palantir into the bedroom, you know? Like, this kind of social distrust increases the problems we're talking about. This is the problem with high trust societies. Everyone wants to be trusted. Nobody wants to trust. It works both ways. You want to be able to walk around, to explore abandoned construction sites, to walk through neighborhoods freely. You want to be able to jump fences that lead to nowhere. You want to be able to walk into cafes 2 minutes before they close and order a quick drink. You want to be able to use the restrooms in a public space without having to buy something first. You want a society where you feel like you're a welcome member. But oh, if you're on the other side, if you're the homeowner, if you're the cafe shop owner, people don't want that. You don't want to trust in the other direction. You know, this is the problem. Everyone wants to be trusted. Nobody wants to trust. I actually do like the trust. I think that for the most part, like, again, I'm not telling you to avoid obvious red flags. I'm just saying, like, as a general rule, if you're getting into a relationship, if you're interested in dating somebody, shouldn't trust kind of be like a little bit expected? I would feel like personally very slighted if I was dating someone and they were like, yeah, just running a background check. Like, just talk to me. And I would feel disgusting doing that to somebody else. I don't know. It's just people. people are terrified of other people, man. It's all Evangelion shit out there. It's all Hedgehog's dilemma, you know? Everyone's consumed too much true crime. Everyone's got their own little bubble, their own little niche, their cozy little nesting spot in life. And letting other people breach that, it terrifies them. So you get this Palantir shit. I don't know. And that's great, am I cognizant? Somebody linked this, and this is basically like, this is the woman-coded version of this problem, and this is the man-coded version of this problem. Everything becoming Palantir. Introducing Waves, camera glasses for creators. It's, I mean, they say it right here. Record in stealth, live stream all day. Pre-order now. That's great, dude. That's awesome.
This is a spy.
That's great. Terrifying, absolutely terrifying. It takes 10 seconds of thinking about this to reflect on the ramifications. You know, this should be illegal. Hidden cameras should be illegal when brought into a public space. This is absolutely terrible. Didn't Google try the same thing? Yeah, it's just an improvement on the same technology, I assume. Remember when Google Glasses had this and someone got the shit beaten out of them because they thought they were recording them? No, but deserved. It's terrifying, man. You know, I saw a post on social media some time ago. It might have been years ago. I don't remember when. But it was somebody, there was a video, which must have been recorded on an actual film camera, of people dancing at a party in like the 90s, right? And people were popping the fuck off. People were really going to it. Now, I'm not as much of a party goer today, but I've been to a few house parties. I've been to a few, you know, I've been to the dance clubs. I've been to the Das Bunker, you know, I've been to the hip and happening places. And in my experience, people nowadays, for the most part, don't pop off the way they used to. And the argument posited by that post essentially was people are, yeah, scared of being filmed, being cringe. Everyone is a camera all the time now. And over the course of your entire life, the fact that all around you, all the time, people have cameras that at any moment can capture you, it sandblasts away your desire or your ability to act in like, you know, very authentic ways you think might compromise you. Yeah. Get it? You can record everything all the time. It's but why though? Well, why the fuck not? It's the way society's trending right now anyway. Demon tech? You'd be able to clock people wearing these by the odd way they move their head. Maybe. I don't think... Is that what you want to do? Every time you go to a party and you want to take your shirt off, you want to look at every single person in the room, all 40 of them, and see which of them is moving their head, like, too smoothly? Evil, evil, evil stuff. I would never trust a person with glasses. Whoa! Hey! Friendly fire, buddy!
Factors. Your
What the hell?
Time of day.
I open up YouTube to look for a video on the T-app, and what do I get? I get the continuation of what I was watching before stream started, a video by the lovely Renard Lowell, talking about home design. Like this guy. Feels like he repeats a lot of stuff in the videos, but I think he's got a good handle on the topic. This is not, however, relevant to the segment. 1 second. Yeah, give me news.
Tonight on The Edge, we are spilling the tea on a new app aptly called Tea. It's where women only can post photos of men they're dating to summon input from other women.
All right, you guessed it. It's stirring up some major controversy. Fox News' Jessica Dupnack joins us live with the details. A piece, I should say, very appropriate for The Edge. What's going on here?
Well, we all might learn something tonight, Roop and Amy. So if you have TikTok in the last couple of days, you might have been scrolling through and seen something about this T app.
Can I
if
find
you're like
that?
me, you're not really on TikTok. You know, it's taking 20-year-old women and it's creating kind of a frenzy. You're able to post men that you're dating to, you know, elicit input from other women. It's got a lot of guys scared. Take a look.
Oh, you
How
gotta...
would you characterize dating as a 22-year-old?
Honestly, it kind of sucks.
Out of that, an app was born. It's called Tea, as in spill the tea or gossip. It's got Gen Z in a chokehold, spreading as it does on TikTok.
Mama, we made it. Look at that.
Whoever keeps posting my husband on the T app needs to stop.
Guys, I'm trending on the T app. I'm trending on the T app.
There's actually a waiting list to get
From
on.
YouTube chat. Oh God, we're still bashing women for trying to be safe. Birth rate's bad. Women stop protecting themselves. Disgusting. He's disgusting. Wow. Come on. I'm gonna assume you're not a bot, but like you can't engage with reality in that superficial of a. Would you have like protested against black women being allowed into women's gymnasiums after Jim Crow ended? You gotta not. You can't let your fear of the world like drag all of society into the lowest possible denominator. You know. That's not good.
This thing.
You pass a waiting list. You have to submit a picture of your face with an ID to prove that you are a girl, because no guys are allowed in the apps.
Emily, anonymous here and on the app, admittedly embarrassed, saying she's a frequent user. You can post photos of who you're dating to gauge other women's experiences with these men, so-called red and green flags. The reviews are rarely positive.
So it's kind of crazy. Like, both sides of the spectrum is really dictating my dating life now.
Emily says the T app seems to be particularly popular in Middle Eastern communities, especially Dearborn.
Oh, Dearborn men, how the T app has gotten under your skin.
That's interesting. I wonder why that is.
All these guys are talking to, they're all like getting nervous, they're all freaking out, making TikToks about it.
It offers other services like background checks and catfish verification.
They're trying to find some type of way to up your reputation so bad.
I can see some areas where this could cause people some big problems.
Attorney William Barnwell says it's possible men getting posted have civil legal recourse. If the posts are affecting their work, family life, or reputation, defamation might apply.
Truth is an absolute defense to a defamation claim. So you can't just sue somebody because your feelings got hurt.
On the criminal side, there could be cause for electronic harassment or even stalking.
You can be saying something that is true, but it's being used in a way to constantly harass somebody, cyber harassment. There are laws that cover that.
He suggests to the ladies proceed with caution.
In people's outrage to want to out these...
But realistically, how many people are actually going to pursue civil lawsuits over anything that happens here? You know, like you feel like somebody's being defamatory, you're going to take them to court and argue the merits of your character. Very scary. Very, very, very scary. Scary, scary stuff, man. I'm so glad that I at least finished high school without modern tech culture getting in the way. By the time I graduated college, it was pretty well in order. But when I entered high school, I had a clamshell phone. I mean, it wasn't as integrated back then, you know? A video about men's reaction to the T app by the creator I referenced. 20 minutes. Well, we'll see a second.
Well, basically,
What's
my
up?
friend downloads the T app, and I have no idea how he got accepted. But anyways, he faked it somehow. And then we just keep scrolling and scrolling and scrolling, and I see my face on there. And me and him are like...
That's why I said that T app is going to unlock something so treacherous that these women is not going to be able to bear.
What is that? We are the victims of blatant disrespect.
I don't know if I can learn anything from this video. The way the video is structured makes me feel like I'm not going to learn anything from it.
Bad people, it might be better sometimes just to walk away.
So we wanted to talk to the people that run this app. I reached out a couple of times in the last few days and no one has responded. Now, we did ask the attorney William there if maybe the app could be liable if these men try to take some sort of legal recourse. And the short answer is he didn't know. This is really uncharted territories. How liable.
This is TikTok. I'm on TikTok.
Oh shit, man, they got me on the T app. Dean went back and forth since March. Things have been going well, blah blah blah. He just pretty secretive with his phone, but I fuck with him. I just want to know the T. Bitch, you should have asked me. I would have just told you my.
I don't think I'm going to learn anything from this one either. This isn't a very informationally dense video. I don't think. I don't know how to use TikTok. I think women are just better off without men. No, I don't buy that fake political lesbianism bullshit, okay? For one, the idea that men and women on average can live apart is ludicrous. The idea that, like, men crave women, but women can live without men is and always has been a delusional fantasy by second-wave feminists, okay? There are tons of women, literally billions of them on Earth, who are jonesing for a fella, okay? That's how I apologize for deferring to this, but it is a biological reality. Really? Come on. No, I'm being serious. I think that's a crazy thing to say. And I also think it's sexist because it appeals to the antiquated notion of female purity. The idea that men are the disgusting animalistic sex driven ones, and women are these like chaste virginal, well, they'll have sex if the man wants to, but otherwise they're, it's antisocial. It's anti-feminist, in my opinion. I don't think it's very good. Wouldn't it be better to just, like, address gender relation issues as they are now, rather than, pretending to do this, like, MGTOW, WGTOW thing, Men going their own way, women going their own way? It does poison the discourse quite a bit.
Reliable these social media companies and these apps are. He did say, as this app gains popularity, he's probably going to be getting some phone calls. Reporting live, Jessica Dupnack on The Edge.
So either Vosh doesn't want to criticize a black heavy video, or Vosh feels like he can't learn anything from black people. Don't fucking race bait. Jesus Christ.
And as is the case with many stories you do, as it goes viral, I'm sure the folks with tea would want to spill the tea on the questions that you have, because the question I have is, what happens if someone posts a really scandalous picture on there? I would imagine this opens it up to all kinds of trouble. What could happen next?
Yeah, Rube, that falls into sort of the criminal territory. That attorney we spoke to, he said that absolutely would be a so-called red flag for criminal activity, and that's something you wouldn't seek an attorney for necessarily. You'd go right to the police for something like that.
Yeah, that would be revenge porn. But my issue isn't necessarily with that, because the law already covers that, right? That's already something that's accounted for in like in a criminal sense, It's just, God, I don't know. Community-run surveillance state. We already have versions of this in like the Nextdoor and Neighbor apps and stuff, and it makes everyone paranoid freaks. What's the name of that one app that tells you every single time any crime is reported anywhere in the city that you live in? Citizen? That shit turns people into monsters, dude. Every fucking 8 seconds, their phone blows up with a notification that somebody has engaged in petty larceny 28 miles away or something. It turns them into freaks. Yeah, that one's pretty bad. There was a citizen notification that went locally viral about a piano falling on someone in Chicago. Well, that's cool though. I think that's good. I would want to know that. I'm fine with that. Okay, hold on. Is the T app more of a POC thing? We jump so easily into blaming white women for everything, but all of the videos that I'm seeing both on TikTok and on YouTube talking about it, it's black content creators, Like very disproportionately so. That's got to mean something, right? The noticer? I'm noticing. All right, nuts, dial it down. Now is race baiting? Dog, I'm just noticing. Haven't seen this one in a while. Is this an AI rendition of Big Red?
You know, this new T app where women have been super excited about all this information that they're now able to get from other women on men in their local area.
Okay, can I be honest with you guys? There's one thing that I dislike more than the idea of a woman using the T app, and it's a guy getting really performatively angry at women for using the T app. Some of you might say that implicates me, but I more mourn the ramifications on the broader like dating market and people's social trust. I'm not like angry at women, I guess. It's more like, you know, everything is Palantir now. Everything is Palantir now.
That they may be dating, in a relationship with, or married to. I think it might be starting to backfire. You have got to listen to what this woman has to say about the T app.
It's this app called the T app. So the app is supposed to be, will help women with safe dating. You post a guy you're talking to or interested in, and the girl's supposed to give like red flag, green flag, and kind of like talk about their experience.
For all the men that are so butthurt in my comments about the T app, just say you're not a great person. The men who have red flags and have a lot of negative comments, and you're commenting on my shit saying, oh, women just be lying. For that girl to even comment something negative about you, you must have done something negative to her. Or she just hates you for no reason. I don't know. I just don't believe that. I feel like there has to be something behind it, unless you rejected her, and I don't know.
Oh, look, and this is what the T app actually looks like. This is the one out of New Orleans. Interesting.
Oh, dear, we're none. How the T app has gotten under your skin. Now, I'm not on the app, but I've seen enough on TikTok to know what's being said about guys on there. And if it wasn't true, why are you guys so upset? I have seen so many videos of guys subtly threatening to ruin women's reputations just because of what's being said about you on the app. If it wasn't true, you wouldn't be this mad.
When I first got on the T app, I was shocked. And I was like, I gotta tell the girls. I have to tell the girls about this app, because this app is going to save somebody. It's going to save somebody from getting their heart broke. And a lot of times you can't always believe what everybody say, but you can get on the app and compare what you know to what they say, and you be the judge.
The T app has taken it to another level. Not only are they paying women to post fake testimonials on TikTok.
Why did T app just expose that my was gay? What should I say? Y'all.
Baby, the T app is tearing through the male community like crack in the A. And on the T app, there's like a process that you have to go through to get verified so that they know, that you're a girl or whatever. And also on the T app, you can't screenshot people. And it's so funny that the guys think that it's all like us yapping about bad experiences, but sometimes it'd be like, girl, you gotta try that. You need that. You need that.
Y'all are telling other women they need to go try out a man's wangama thing, essentially, is what she's saying.
Media and stuff, talking about how they got
what?
Posted on there. Very telling.
I went on there, and I mean, I get like 50 to 100 alerts a day about guys in Dearborn. Like, are you guys okay? I have friends that was posted.
Wait, alerts about what? I'm sorry. You guys think I might be like staying on this for too long, but one of the big things that I've noticed, right? It's kind of like the Epstein thing with Trump. It's that the least political thing is politics, and the most political thing is everything that you do, like in between looking at the news, right? This stuff affects people so much. These like demographic interactions, this gender relation bullshit, right? It has way more of an impact on what people's political predilections and biases are than like the arguments and priors you're given, or I guess like the specific positions you have on things like abortion or whatever. Like we tend to demark people's progressivism by issues like, well, do you believe in feminism? Do you believe in abortion? Do you believe in women's right to vote or whatever? And I think in reality, often stuff like that's guided more by like vibe checks over stuff like this. It's very odd. But he's not really saying anything.
And the thing about it is like,
you are, they don't like what you did with your friend, with their friend, or whatever. I know, sister. Much of the lies, the BS, what this woman was doing, how she was screwing this guy, she screwed me last night, she was screwing this other guy 2 nights ago. They're going to put that out, and that is going to destroy these women.
Men are a bit more messier because in society it's okay anyway. You know what I'm saying? So correct me if I'm wrong, but also, as I feel like especially in that community, if someone knows that you're known for something, everybody's going to sprinkle on a little bit of a lie to make the rumor a little bit more juicy to the next motherfucker. So it's just like you have to be careful. Anybody who thinks this is a good thing is short-sighted. Like, yeah, it's a good thing for the moment. Yeah, it might feel good to release whatever pent-up stress you have against whoever. But at the end of the day, guys are getting in the app, and I literally seen a post saying, add this Instagram if you want to start exposing women. We're going to start exposing women, so add this Instagram.
Y'all hear that? It's coming. Y'all jokers, see what y'all did? All
right, well, fuck this guy. Yeah, I don't know. It's all gender war shit, man. I can't imagine. I don't know. I can't imagine being happy when you have this attitude. Kind of patronizing him. Well, he just wants it as ammunition to use against women, right? It's not like it's not like about improving gender relations. It's just like, well, the women have attacked us by gossiping about us, so now we'll attack them by exposing their lies in the gossip. It's just it's just a back and forth. It solves nothing. It does nothing. But I might be getting a biased selection because the channel's called Black Guru, so it's possible this is like MGTOW gender relation stuff anyway. Yeah, that seems to be the... Yeah, that seems like the theme of the channel, I guess. I don't know. Grim stuff. Do men and women even like each other? I think the internet is making them like each other less. At least in the West. Yes. No, it's the same in Eastern Europe. Well, Eastern Europe can be the West, you know. I'm not judging. You can be Eastern in the West. Zizek clip that speaks to this issue. There's always a fucking Zizek clip, isn't there?
Love. Love in the good old-fashioned sense, which is today more and more rare. Love as an encounter. This is why in English and also in some other languages, not all, like French, you use the term fall. We fall in love. This is the eventual dimension. In what sense? Let's say you live a happy life. You are lucky, you have a job, you meet regularly with friends, you are not in love, but you just make one night stand.
Then we should make one that's trans-inclusive. The idea isn't bad and could help trans women avoid getting... Let me be constructive here, okay? I think that fundamentally, one of the reasons why the dating market... F? Oh, okay, that's fine, I'll wait. No, it's fine. I'll wait. Yeah, I'll wait. YouTube had a little hiccup. That wasn't OBS this time. I'm faultless. I'm blameless. I'm like Christ on the cross, you know? Yeah, we're back. Like, leaving aside the criticisms that have issued of the app, the fact that it fosters distrust, which I think makes the problems worse, right? Because, like, distrust between men and women, the idea that it's not possible to just freely fall in love or interact, everything has to be sheltered and guarded, I think that's very, very dangerous, right? I think if you want to be safe, the best thing you can do is cultivate strong community relationships and follow good safety guidelines when dating people. Have your first dates in a public place, you know? Learn to recognize red flags in people if they come across as overly dependent, or if it looks like they're cloying or insecure in a way that could be like you know, like dangerous or like a real personality flaw. Everyone's a little insecure sometimes. Yeah, let a friend know when you're going on a first date. No, I mean this. I feel like, look, everyone, you people, you watch your goddamn YouTube video essays. You know how a nuclear reactor works. You know how a Concorde flies. You don't know how to have a first date. Tell your friends if you're going on a date. Talk with your friends. Develop relations with people. If you're concerned about STIs, then before you fuck somebody, make sure you get a recently dated STI check from them. If they care enough to date you, they'll care enough to get the damn test done, you know? Take the project of dating seriously, in the sense that you have to invest a part of yourself into it, you know? And yeah, and a condom, of course, but I mean, like, it's good to be, you know, extra careful, right? But you have to build community, and that is real safety. Much in the same way that you can put as much neighborhood watch signs in the world as you want up, you can have as many cops guarding your neighborhood as you want, right? But at the end of the day, safety, real safety in your neighborhood, like crime-related safety, is about trust. It's about equality, because income and social inequality increases crime, right? It's about mutual environmental investment, right? Everyone feels like they belong to the community. Therefore, everyone cares about its long-term health. You know, yeah, you know your neighbors, you know the store owners and the employees. People know each other. They talk. You know, this is the best way to stay safe. This is the best way to stay safe. I mean it. And I think people should stay safe, because dating often can be scary, right? Especially if you're a lady dating guys, because of the social difference and the strength difference on average. And then when I say that, you know, some people are like, well, some women are stronger than some men, to which I have to say, live in the real world. Come on, you know perfectly well most aren't, right? That's a good one, right? Don't outsource regular social behavior to technology. You know, at the end of the day, you have to be able to engage in these practices and talk to your friends about it, you know? And you know what else compromises people's safety? And this is a big risk with people who get like groomed or separated from their friends. People are so lonely and desperate for companionship, because the world's getting lonelier than it ever has, basically, that as soon as people fall in love, they drop everything else and they just run off. You know what I mean? They fall in love, they feel some affection, and they're very susceptible to flattery. So as soon as they feel that, they're like, you know what? Yeah, I will cut off my friends. I will run off, you know? And I think that everyone, to some extent, is vulnerable to the stupidity that affection can inflict on you. And I think that's very human, you know? But I also think what's human is, like, you know, as friends, as a community, you have to lock hands or arms, which I can't do quite as easily with the microphone in the way, you know, when you block at the elbows. And you have to try to keep everyone around you safe. And I do not think this fucking Palantir doxing app is going to fix that. I don't think it's going to solve this fundamental problem, you know? Ape together strong. Exactly. Neighborhood barbecue solved a lot of problems. That's true. Because before you go to the barbecue, right, all your neighbors, their homes are just these impermeable, opaque bricks. You don't know who's in them, what's in them. Is it a crazy guy with guns? You have no idea. Everyone goes to the barbecue. Everyone goes to the function. Everyone's human now. Now, if you have a problem, you can run over. You can ask a neighbor for help. I'm just that community trust. It makes a big difference. That's all. I don't know, man. You see countries where things have gone in the opposite direction, Korea being like the prime example right now, and it's like really scary. You read about what gender relations are like in Korea, where like the women defensively are all doing women going their own way shit, and the men are in many cases like openly hateful and antagonistic, you know? And it seems like the distance between both of these groups cements and reaffirms the perceived validity of that dynamic. One in which, by the way, I think that based on the evidence, the men are overwhelmingly the aggressors. But I'm interested not in allocating blame to genders. I'm interested in solving the problem. Not that I can solve it myself, you know, but like talking about how the problem could be solved. Yeah, it's good to know the people you live around. 100%. It's very good. It's pro-social. As someone who was this way till you helped in all this, I fully agree. Being more social in college just helped me feel happier. I even got a partner that I'm going to help become more social too. So thanks so much, King. That's wonderful. I'm really happy to hear that. Yeah, I saw the Sarah Z video in West Elm, Caleb. I saw that video. Everyone hates idea guys. Yeah. The more, I guess, I've gotten older and happier, more socially competent, the more I've thought about what I want and what I used to be worse about in terms of interacting with other people, the more I've thought about blaming in the context of a gender relation is meaningless, because even in situations where the men are the antagonists, the primary aggressors, the primary, perpetrators, I guess, they're suffering too. That's not to exonerate. It's just a factual description of the situation. This modern internet chauvinism, this like hate dynamic that's fostering, this does not make men happy. This is not one in which like the women suffer and the men benefit. It's one in which everyone suffers. So I think you can talk about relative responsibility or what tendencies are more common in which directions, but it's just nobody's winning here, right? Nobody's winning. A desire to love without risk has permeated everything. I agree. Funny rhetorician. Yeah, 100%. No one wants to take risks. No one wants to, like, front their emotions. People are very cowardly in that respect. Everyone, not just other people. I think that, to an extent, maybe if I had been born 50 years ago and was the same in every other respect, I might be more willing to be straightforward in those ways. I think that the modern society... Fuck, maybe it's because of shit like the panopticon, right? Those glasses that are recording, stuff like that. Everyone's just worried about being vulnerable, Who are you in your past life? Super racist, but I'm making up for it now. Insane standards of masculinity aren't helping. Yeah, I think I will say, and it's I don't want to sort of belabor the point, but I will say, I still have no solution to the short men question. Short men are treated so fucking badly by everyone, and it's like in a way that is so difficult to compensate for, and not by everyone, like literally all people, but by both men and women on average. And I don't really know, because it seems like there's no way out through that, right? I mean, they're not like impossible, but in the immediate moment, it seems like it's very difficult. I don't know. That's true. Shinji's Armenian dad. The way out is to stop trying so hard to be masculine. Yeah, but that doesn't really work in practice, right? Like, keep in mind that the desire for a cisgender person to affect their gendered behavior is not necessarily any weaker than the desire for a trans person to do so. If a trans woman says, like, well, I want to look like this, or I want to present this way, it's like, okay, but if there's a short guy and they're like, dude, I am not happy being short, you're dealing fundamentally with the same issue, the incongruity between their presentation and the way they visualize themselves, the way they would like to visualize themselves. It's a difficult issue, I just don't want to talk down to anyone feeling that way. I didn't mean that. I didn't mean that. What about the way small dick guys are treated? I think to an extent likewise, yeah. I think that we have a very rigid understanding of what it means to like succeed in your presentation as a guy, and I think that there's been a lot more variety with women, right? In some respects. Maybe in time, like that'll spread a little more, because it's just deeply unfair, right? Anyway, we got to move on. I think that was a good segment, though. I'm always happy to talk about that sort of thing. Are we supposed to man up? No, I don't think that's ever a solution. Unless I'm saying it, in which case I mean it in an affirming, gender-neutral kind of way, you know? I'm saying man up in more of a, like, stop annoying me way. But I don't know if you're a woman when I say that, right? You know, I'm basically just saying, like fuck off. So it doesn't count. I would never perpetuate toxic masculinity. I would never do that. I have never done that. I would never do that. Showcat, they're not around me right now. You gonna cover the Ukraine protests? I don't know what you're referring to. Corruption protests? I mean, I'm sure there's corruption in Ukraine, right? Like, it's Ukraine.
Ukraine's President Vladimir Zelensky has signed a new bill causing backlash across the country. Thousands of people have taken to the streets this week protesting a law that critics say weakens anti-corruption agencies in Ukraine. Now Zelensky says he'll adopt a new version of the bill to preserve independence for those agencies. Foreign correspondent Tom Sufi-Burge.
Yo, I want to watch Al Jazeera. Yeah, hold on.
Protesters have gathered in Ukraine.
Finally, a good microphone, huh? I feel like the last 4 or 5 videos we've looked at, the audio quality has not been great.
Ukrainian cities angered by a hastily passed bill that weakens anti-corruption institutions. President Zelensky signed the bill late on Tuesday night as thousands demonstrated in Kyiv, Odessa, Dnipro and Lviv. It's the first significant demonstration since the full-scale Russian invasion. Laura Challenge reports from the protest in the capital.
This is dangerous new territory for President Zelensky. Since the war started, any frustration at his government has been muted by a sense of unity in the face of Russia's invasion. Well, that balance has just snapped. Anger at a law that would gut the independence of 2 anti-corruption bodies has been instant, and Ukrainians have once again come to the streets, proving that 12 years after Euromaidan, the perception of government corruption is still a raw nerve in this country.
Just as quickly he signed this law, just as quickly he should put a veto now. Because I think that with these events, he's very much losing his authority, and it's not the right time for him, for us, for the country, neither for us internally nor for us externally.
It seems like a very complicated topic. Anti-corruption laws are necessarily kind of procedural, bureaucratic, and fiddly. They aren't really like bold, sweeping claims. You know, they always, it's always like the devil's in the details with them. That's interesting. Somebody said that Zelensky has already conceded to the demands of the protesters. I spoke with Friedrich Merz. As always, a very good conversation. There's a willingness to help and continue supporting us. I informed him that I have already approved the draft bill guaranteeing the independence and effectiveness of anti-corruption institutions in Ukraine. It's important that our... So why did Zelensky approve the law to begin with? Was there a concern that the pre-existing anti-corruption laws were impeding the government's functionality in some way? Because it's possible for anti-corruption laws to be badly written, right? Especially if these laws were written before the war, like they were written, you know, early on into Zelensky's presidency or before. It's possible that they might just be dealing with an issue in the way they were implemented. Discuss the implementation of our agreements with the EU and the work toward opening the first negotiation cluster. This seems like it was just a law written by the legislature because the anti-corruption agency got infiltrated by Russian intelligence agents who leaked info gleaned from the agency's work. That's interesting. Yeah, that seems like something I need to know more about. As a general rule, and I hope you've all noticed this, I've been pretty charitable to Ukraine because Ukraine was, and to an extent still is, I say this respectfully, a broke backwater post-Soviet country with severe corruption issues who had no military and were suddenly invaded by an enormous neighboring nation and have desperately scrambled to defend themselves from total war, right? Like, so I'm willing to give some leeway here. You know, it's difficult enough to run a government under the best of circumstances. Look at us in America. We're the strongest country on the planet by far. And we still can't get it right. Nothing threatens us at all, and we're still fucking up constantly. So I'm willing to extend a bit of charitability here. Also, despite like 50 billion accusations from the Russian government, I have yet to see any evidence of, I don't know, genuine malice from Zelensky. Does that make sense? Like, he's made mistakes that I've criticized, but I think for the most part, I haven't seen anything that looks like a betrayal of his stated intentions, right? Very positive that he immediately conceded to the protesters' demands and announced a new draft of the law with the changes protesters asked for. Yeah, all right. Well, seems like, I can't say it's a nothing burger. Seems like a, what do you call it? Not a nothing burger. A, resolved issue. The positive view on Zelensky can't last forever. That's true. Inevitably, eventually. I mean, his popularity has declined somewhat as the war continues to drag on, but that's to be expected. A something burger. There you go. What's the current status of the war? Stalemate? Slog? Here, let me finish this coffee. I've been contemplating it for an hour. There are new peace talks, but not going anywhere anytime soon. Yeah, I wouldn't expect them to. All right. Dude, there's so much to talk about. Oh my god. I'm just trying to delay a little bit before we get to White House stuff because the White House Epstein stuff was literally the entire last stream, so I'm running through all the other subjects. Are you gonna cover? You go. Oh no! I inhaled the cinnamon. I inhaled the cinnamon at the bottom of the coffee cup. I didn't mean to. Oh. Ah. That was bad. Another CIA attempt. No success. You gonna talk about Hulk Hogan's death? Dog, what's there to talk about? There's a 71-year-old roid-abusing piece of shit. His ass is dead. Really is a massive piece of shit, though. I mean, everyone knows about the racism. I think most people know about the fact that he worked in the WWE to, like, crush unionizing efforts because he was Vince McMahon's favorite, you know? Like, he ratted out on union buddies to try to keep... Because a lot of the wrestlers were treated very badly, you know, like poor medical coverage. Yeah, very racist. Very racist as well. Huge bootlicker. Very, very racist. Not great. Not a good person. He's in hell now. Not to mention his visit at the RNC. All the glazing he's getting is bothering me. I have literally not seen anybody say anything nice about him. Yeah, the last time he was in an arena, he got booed out.
I've had all kind of American beer, but the greatest partner that
I can't play most of it, but I remember seeing it. I saw it off stream. It's definitely not, considering he's basically the most famous wrestler ever. You know, it was definitely not a warm perception, which is funny to me because I don't really imagine the kind of person who would go to a WWE game in person being somebody who would take issue with what Hulk Hogan has done. But I think that, like, UFC is more Hitlerite than WWE. WWE is, like, whimsical, you know? His wife and daughter both say he was domestically violent. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, you can hear that pretty clearly. Pretty fucking awkward. Enough Hulk Hogan. What about Ozzy Osbourne? I talk about stuff when I have something to say, not just if something happens. Ozzy Osbourne was a metal rock and roll legend, you know? It's sad that he died, right? I don't know. Maybe he was secretly a piece of shit like so many famous people are. If I'm unaware of anything, you know? But it's Ozzy Osbourne. He hated Trump, who cares? That's all you need. You guys want to see something really scary? Itch.io is a website with a bunch of, among other things, little games. That's what I know it for, at least. You know, you little indie games, tiny little indie games. Oh fuck, not this. No, it's a really, really, really big deal. You know, I've talked about this before. In the context of Tumblr or like what you know, people's Patreons or PayPals or whatever, but after pressure from payment processors like MasterCard, you know, itch.io has removed all not safe for work content from the entire site. I mean, we're talking about an enormous, like, any piece of media or art that was you've titties out or something, just the payment processors won't allow it now. Not the porn? No. I didn't say porn. I said any not safe for work content. Have you enjoyed Grand Theft Auto? Have you enjoyed the Witcher games? What about Baldur's Gate? Any not safe for work content. That was the line there. Now, mind you, I apologize for being woker than thou, but porn is art. I don't think that the payment processors should be categorically disqualifying websites from hosting pornography either. That's insane. Like, that's several steps beyond what Texas and such are already doing, which is like it's like age verification to go on Pornhub or whatever. Like, it's just banning it outright, which is insane. Like, it's just a unfathomable level of control being exercised by a monopoly of payment processors who are trying to appeal to the political sensibilities of satanic panic type concerned mothers, you know? Yes, Steam is also trying to do something like this, or they're pressuring Steam likewise. Steam recently banned a bunch of they didn't ban all not safe for work content. They banned like games that were like porn games about incest or something, which, whatever your opinions on that, I categorically reject this like creeping invasion of oh, you're right, it is on screen right now, of payment processors dictating what will or won't be allowed on websites. I thought this was Visa. MasterCard and Visa. I mean, those are the two big ones, right? They banned an actual rape game? Listen, if you want to ban a rape game, I think that's fine. I would just like it if Steam did that with Steam's terms of service, not a bunch of evil corporate payment processing overlords saying, no, sorry, we've gotten too many letters written in from like suburban mothers. You're actually going to have to eliminate like 40% of the content on the site or something. That's absolutely terrifying. They've done this with PayPal and Patreon as well, you know, like people, for example, who make a living off of drawing not safe work art, like say they're drawing furry porn or whatever, many such cases. You know, there have been people who have lost their incomes because this nanny state tyrannical crackdown is hitting them too. It's crazy. They did do this with OnlyFans for a while, yes. I think this is the bill that would affect this crap. Well, it's not even the bill. I mean, the payment processors are doing this on their own. It's terrifying. Oh, by the way, itch.io, they didn't just delist it. If you had the game in your library, in your account, they removed it. So they just straight up deleted your money, essentially. They didn't even like delist it from being purchased again. They just removed it entirely from, which is contrary to how itch.io typically functions. They're not Steam, you know. Itch.io is pretty, like, you know, they don't do the DRM thing. Isn't that straight up illegal? Arguably, yeah, yeah. Did they refund? My understanding is that they did not. Wasn't that the whole selling point of itch? The fact that you actually own the games you download, yeah, a huge part of it. It's very, very bleak. Like, we're talking about, in all likelihood, games like Grand Theft Auto 6 or whatever, or Cyberpunk or The Witcher, any other big high-profile game like that, they're going to be allowed to have titties. But this kind, because money, right? But this kind of cultural puritanism enforced by payment processors, again, not even by the sites that host them, but by the processing, you know, MasterCard, Visa, maybe a few others, it's deeply totalitarian. Do you really want them to have the final say on what is or isn't allowed, what you get to make your living off of? Because you can't even appeal, right? You can't even appeal. It's being done. What are you going to do? Send an appeal letter to MasterCard? It's not like you can message itch.io and go like, hey, what the fuck, man? You just destroyed like my entire category of games that I made because there were tits drawn in them or something like that. This seems to clarify what was done. They say that nothing was removed from people's libraries. I've seen multiple people say that they saw their stuff disappear from their libraries, so... Maybe it's country by country? Or maybe I was just given wrong information on that. Visa is doing this because of pressure from an Australian Christian activist group called Collective Shout. It's an Australian group. It's from there. Why not just use alternate payment methods for not safe for work games? I don't think you understand. If it's hosted on itch.io, the argument from Visa and MasterCard is that they won't work with itch.io if the site hosts those games at all. It's not that you can go on and use like a different method, like a non-credit card, like you use direct billing to a checking account or something like that. It's that they won't host it. It's by an anti-abortion feminist, I kid you not. Okay, so Swerf then. Gotcha. I know the type. Same anti-porn group that campaigned against Steam. Our ability to process payments is critical. So it's just a group of Australian pseudo-feminists who are fucking emailing Visa and MasterCard over and over? I think MasterCard had planned this for a while. Maybe, yeah. They might just be using a convenient excuse. Collective Shout in his Australian pressure group claiming to be against the objectification of women and sexualization of girls, for anyone against the pornification of culture. Its previous video game activities have included calling for a ban on GTA 5 and promoting a 2018 petition to pull Quantic Dream's Detroit Become Human, arguing it depicted child abuse and violence against Yeah, those were bad. It's bad when those happen. Banned Tyler, the Creator, from touring the country in 2015. I don't even know what that's about. Okay. The Detroit Creator has a history of objectifying women, though, like in the Heavy Rain creep scene. David Cage? Yeah, but like, you don't have to cede ground or do like a, well, you have to hand it to them, to this totalitarian conservative nonsense, okay? You don't like, there's something problematic about this media, therefore I support like the fucking hammer of God coming down from the 3 payment processing companies that control the planet to categorically ban anything and everything about, like, you don't have to give them anything. Another source, they defended cuties. This quote-unquote activist group. Fascinating. Why ban objectifying women in games when we don't even ban it? I mean, it's like a successful, which is terrifying, but like an implementation of the classic person with so little media literacy, they can't tell the difference between media depicting a thing and condoning a thing. And by the way, even if media condones a bad thing, I don't necessarily think that should be an argument for censorship. It's kind of a case-by-case thing. At the very least, I would like that TOS to be managed by the website itself so you can deal with the website rather than the immortal almighty payment processor. Quick vid about it. The hell is this? I don't know what that is. Ugh. Collective Shout. Okay. You deserve rape. We won't be silenced by gamers' threats and abuse. Yeah, I can kind of get the feel for what sort of website this is. I don't know. I don't know, this feels very psyopy to me. Well, maybe Visa and MasterCard are doing it of their own volition. They're just using this as an excuse. I don't know. Yes, their logo is a butthole. That is true. I don't know. Pretty goddamn spooky, though. Sheesh. This GOP bill seems to stop credit cards and banks from doing this. So you're suggesting then that they're doing this, they're using this as an excuse, but in reality, they're trying to preemptively align themselves with or conform to the expectations of this bill? Yeah, I remember this one. This bill places restrictions on certain banks, credit unions, and payment card networks if they refuse to do business with a person who complies with the law. Restrictions, electronic fund system, da-da-da. Banks and other specified financial institutions are allowed to deny financial service to a person only if the denial is justified by a documented failure of that person to meet quantitative, impartial, risk-based standards established by advance. Maybe this, if anything, this seems like it's doing the opposite. This is giving people legal protection against that kind of behavior from payment processors. Potentially. I don't know. This stuff is complicated. I think that's what they said. Ah, well, I have to read chat pretty quickly. Bad excuse. Shut the fuck up, Richard Fallis. You're responsible for like a third of the content in VGG anyway. You're the reason why the feed keeps moving the way it does. Why are there only like 2 major credit card companies in the world? Well, payment processors and monopolization. I mean, the problem again is that like it would not be made better if there were 50, because then like you pull out your credit card, you know, it'd be like having American Express except everywhere. Nobody accepts you, you know. This is something where there should be literally like one option and it's state run. There's no reason for this to be private. America does suck, Masaigo. State-run internationally? Well, in practice, that's how most stuff like this works anyway, right? Like Visa and MasterCard are effectively American companies. Wait, I use Amex all the time. Okay, all right, okay, yes, you're all very woke. Do you think they'll ever come after OnlyFans? China recently banned it. I mean, I think that, for one, China's ban is superficial, and for two, they've already come after OnlyFans. Like, people who do sex work online have already had trouble with payment processors. They've already had trouble with continuing to receive income. But there's never going to be a big categorical, like across-the-board definitive ban, because people like OnlyFans. People like pornography. People like the existence of sex workers. They just want them to be stigmatized, right? You know, the goal of the sexual conservative is not to eliminate sexual exploitation. In fact, they often like it. What they want to do is relegate it to the shadows, so they don't have to, A, think about it, and B, when it's engaged with, or any kind of sex work, you know, it's treated as like a dirty secret rather than a legitimate part of society. That way they don't have to treat sex workers like real people. Oh, at this point, we're not even talking about sex work. We're talking about making a video game that has titties in it, which, like, Christ. Do you think restricting or regulating OnlyFans would be a good thing? What, restricting or regulating in what way? What are we looking to achieve, you know? To ban children from using it? I think that's already regulated. I think that regulation already exists. I would be surprised if it didn't. I'm not sure, Bogame. Why do you have so many Swedish fans? Scandinavian people are very online. 1 second, let me take a piss. I'll be right back. Wow. The Japanese government just hit Visa with an antitrust action for its BS. Well, that's nice. Probably. I would have to learn about the details, but it's probably nice. If someone lies to enter an adult website, so what? Stop nanny stating? Don't be stupid. Like, obviously the actual, like, legal reality of the fact that porn exists and how you would manage that and regulate that is very difficult, like, logistically. But I think everyone can agree that it's probably not great for the collective, you know, consciousness, mental health, and gender relations of society that, like, you know, any idiot 12-year-old can hit booby on the iPad and see porn. You know, it's obviously, like, I don't know if it's an unsolvable problem, but it's definitely a problem that's difficult to solve, so. Just ban kids from the internet? God, I wish. We need fucking... Where's Club Penguin, man? Gotta bring back the online social spaces where you just you go there and you're like playing Neopets or something, you know? You need a, what do you call it? A daycare. Yeah, somebody did recently make a video about that. Yeah, I don't remember their name. Who was it? Who was it who said, like, there are no longer any, like, there are no longer any, like, digital daycares? Yeah. Is it? Okay, people are saying is he. Okay, I've only seen, like, one clip of the video because I saw somebody clip it on Twitter. I haven't seen the whole video, but I mean, I think I agree with the premise, right? Roblox is building a dating app within the game. Yeah, that sounds fucking terrifying. That sounds absolutely terrifying. No. Thank you. Found it, Trump and Powell at the Reserve. Forbes breaking news. They always have the clips, don't they? This was posted 7 minutes ago. That's as close to live as you can get without actually being live. Trump is visiting the Federal Reserve renovation. Keep in mind, right now, Trump is considering using the cost of the renovation at the Federal Reserve as an excuse to oust Jeremy Powell, which would cause a big funny moment with the economy. Jerome. Shut up. Ah, he's got the hat on. The special boy. So rare for anyone to, like, talk to Trump like he's a normal person. Everyone's terrified of him. So they just massage his ego all the time. Live fact checking from someone being matter of fact, you know? Dude, what an incredible tee up.
Wants to do that.
Well, I'm here just really with the chairman. He's showing us around, showing us the work. And so I don't want to get that. I don't want to be personal. I just would like to see it get finished. And in many ways, it's too bad it started. But it did start. And it's been under construction for a long time. It's going to be a real long time.
He's so...
We get a zero tariff in the free trade.
What century? What century does Trump think he's in? What the fuck? Wait, nobody thought it could be done? We have forced the Japanese to open their ports to free trade. Really? Oh, okay. That's fascinating. I thought we did that like 200 years ago.
We don't pay tariffs, and they're going to pay 15%
Commodore Perry
on
ass
everything
statement.
they send into our country. So it's great. But they put up, as you could call it, seed money. Let's call it seed money. You could call it anything you want, but it's It's a total of $550 billion. So nobody thought any of that was possible, and it's wonderful. And we're doing pretty well with the European Union, likewise, and we have some others. They're all really big, and our country's going to make a lot of money. We would be helped if interest rates would come down, but we're going to see how the board rules on that soon. I'd love to see them come down a lot, but we have a country that's thriving. We had a dead country 1 year ago. Today we have...
Jerome looks so fucking unhappy, man. He looks so goddamn unhappy. Well, I'm glad they're all having fun, you know, wandering around the Federal Reserve. Powell looks miserable. That's true. That's true. How evil is Jerome Powell? He's just a fiddly technocrat, really. He's not, it's not really his, I mean, he's, you know, he presides over essentially global capitalism, but he doesn't do so in an ideological way. It's more, his job is to take a look at a bunch of numbers and say, should I press this big red button or not? You know, he's not really making like moral decisions. He may or may not be personally evil. I don't know. Yeah, he's just a money nerd. The Federal Reserve is nonpartisan. Investment bankers are all evil. Yeah, but he's not an investment banker. He doesn't do investment, right? He manages monetary policy, right? It's very, very fiddly. That's his background? Oh, okay, sure, right. How the hell does this cost 2.5 billion? And you're looking at the inside of one room in a fucking giant facility. How about $0.00 sounds good to me. We shouldn't renovate the Federal Reserve. I want all buildings to look neoclassical and all of society should look like Rome, but we shouldn't spend money renovating the center of capitalism, like global capitalism. New York Post. What?
Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell is in hot water over water features.
Stop talking to me like this.
IPs directly to the dining room. There are rooftop gardens. And there are beehives. Not just any beehives, Italian beehives, which the Wall Street Journal reported were installed on the roof in 2023.
Good. A bunch of Japanese car companies have been announcing they're shutting down plants in the U.S. and shifting production to plants in Mexico and Canada because they can avoid Trump's 50% tariffs on metal, but also avoid auto tariffs because it falls under the MACUSA. That sounds good. Sounds fine by me. Sorry, guys, no more artisanal Japanese-made cars here in the United States. Devastating, I know. Okay, good lord, man. There's so fucking much to talk about. Macron says that France will recognize Palestine as a state. You know, and to add to this on like the list of good stuff that he's done recently, you know, he's suing Candace Owens. He's filing a lawsuit against Candace Owens. Or his wife is, I should say. Really? Yeah. Well, Candace Owens has said that Macron's wife is a trans woman. Like, well, in her words, she said that he's a man and will die a man, or something to that effect. This is a pretty silly hill to die on, given the fact that she's sired Macron's children, you know, or you know, given birth to, I guess. So I don't know where this is going exactly, but yeah, it's a defamation suit. Very funny thing for a president to do. Oh, sorry. I thought this was a tweet about Candace Owens. I couldn't tell because it was in, it was in French. Don't men sire offspring? Yeah, sorry, that was me playing into the Candace Owens angle a little bit there. Don't buy his bullshit. It's like the third time he said that. He never actually does it. Well, you know how the French are. In the 40 IQ conspiracy, he, the wife, apparently replaced the former wife and has gone through surgery, etc. Okay, gotcha. Just typical insanity. Gotcha. Kathy Hochul is not ruling out a mid-decade redrawing of New York's house lines. God, I wish. God, I hope so. I really, 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 really hope so. It's basically the only hope for the Democrats to remain politically relevant. If the law allows Republicans to aggressively gerrymander their own states, there's no recourse except to do the same in response. So you just allow them to win forever. What Mandarin they Jerry? She Mander on my Jerry till I win the House by 12 seats. Yeah. Look, I'll be surprised when I see them actually do it. That's what I need to see, okay? I need to see them actually do it. Right now, it's a bunch of talk. Speaking of talk.
There was a surprise appearance today at the White House with the Director of National Intelligence appearing in the briefing room during the scheduled press briefing this afternoon. This comes as the Trump administration has tried to stomp out the furor over one conspiracy, with Director Tulsi Gabbard reopening another one that has caused her boss, President Trump, to seethe for years.
President Obama directed an intelligence community assessment to be created to further this contrived false narrative that ultimately led to a years-long coup to try to undermine President Trump's presidency.
It's an incredibly serious accusation by the Director of National Intelligence.
So Caitlin actually got a lot of flack for this because they're going to talk. She's going to get grilled for it. But yeah, for those of you who aren't caught up, because I don't think I've made a segment about it. I think I've just referenced it. I've made mention of it. The Trump administration basically had an emergency kit, break glass in case of the Epstein shit getting out of hand. So right as the Epstein shit was getting out of hand, Tulsi Gabbard is like, right. And she's like, so basically Obama committed mega treason, seditious mega ultra treason. The way he committed the treason, because Obama said that the Russia hoax happened. She called it a coup attempt. She said that it's violent. She's made a lot of claims, and yet no legal filings have been made. I think that's going to continue to be the case because, as I've said before, actually suing Barack Obama would be insane. If you sue him, for one, you can't control who the judge and jury are. And for two, Obama is very wealthy, very powerful, very well connected, and himself a constitutional lawyer. The likelihood of you winning that lawsuit is effectively zero, considering the fact that you're, lying. It would be a long, grueling, torture. You know what? I want it to happen because, for one, in the end, the Republicans would lose, and also it would annoy Obama, who would rather spend his post-presidency years not doing anything helpful and instead just lazing around pretending to be a culture critic while every once in a while phoning the DNC and telling them not to go too far left because it makes him look bad. I would like it if his life got a little more interesting at his expense. To fucking do something.
But what was in these 46 pages is not dramatically different than what we've known for years. While it wasn't clear why this is being released now, the president just last night did make clear what he would like for his people to be talking about.
And you should mention that every time they give you a question that's not appropriate, just say, oh, by the way, Obama cheated on the election. You'll watch the camera turn off instantly.
In the briefing room today, the press secretary stepped in when I asked Director Gabbard about the timing of this release.
What would you say to people who believe that you're only releasing these documents now to improve your standing with the president after he said that your intelligence assessments were wrong?
Who is saying that she would release this to try to boost her standing with the president? Who has said that?
Well, the president has publicly undermined her when it came to Iran. He said she was wrong. He told me that she didn't know what she was talking about. That was on Air Force One on camera.
The only people who are suggesting that the Director of National Intelligence would release evidence to try to boost her standing with the president are the people in this room who constantly try to sow distrust and chaos amongst the president's cabinet, and it is not working. I will just answer your question directly. I am with the President of the United States every day. He has the utmost confidence in Director Gabbard. He always has. He continues to, and that is true of his entire cabinet.
It speaks of a great deal of confidence that she's speaking for Tulsi Gabbard, you know? Very, very, very obvious, like how little of Tulsi Gabbard's energy is being put into this administration, like how little of a effort she's putting in, you know? She never seems like she cares at all, which, to be fair, she's a fucking YouTuber. She's a grifter, you know? Like, she has no... I don't think she has any broader ambitions within this administration. I think she's just shocked she got in, you know? Carolyn Leavitt wants to be, like, Queen Führeress of the Fourth Reich, right? She's ambitious.
Who is all working as one team to deliver on the promises this president made.
Tonight, the Department of Justice has announced the formation of a so-called strike force to investigate what they say is potential legal steps against those that Director Gabbard called out by name today.
Now, President Obama, Hillary Clinton, John Brennan, James Clapper, James Comey, and others, including their mouthpieces in the media, knowingly lied as they repeated the contrived narrative that was created in this January 2017 intelligence community assessment with high confidence as though it were fact.
The person she mentioned there is my next source tonight, former Director of National Intelligence, James Clapper, and it's great to have you here, Director Clapper. I mean, it was a remarkable appearance by someone who now holds the job that you previously held, and she's basically accusing the president that you served under and the people you served with and you of fabricating an intelligence assessment to damage President Trump. What's your response to that?
I get ultimately the big question is whether they're going to go through with anything. It's possible they're not going to charge Obama, but might like find some lesser officials, somebody they can pin everything on who won't have as high profile of a defense. They won't be as able to defend themselves publicly. But God, can you imagine if they actually tried to bring charges against Barack Obama? It would be... Barack Obama is still really popular too. I might fucking hate him, but like the American people, he certainly is more popular than Biden or Kamala Harris. It would mobilize people enormously. It wouldn't work. Yeah, it would people would be talking about a third term, which I doubt he would want to take because he's, you know, doing the culture critic thing. I don't know where they're going with this. Like, what is the point of your break glass in case of emergency contingency plan for the Epstein business being threatening legal action against a former president, but not doing it? That's just not very distracting. Like, what would be a phenomenal distraction is if you actually do it. That would be very distracting. Yeah, it's like they didn't plan it out too well.
It wasn't lots of people all over the place. It was them too. But the leader of the gang was President Obama, Barack Hussein Obama. Have you heard of him? And except for the fact that he gets shielded by the press for his entire life, that's the one they... Look, he's guilty. It's not a question, you know, I like to say, let's give it time. It's there. He's guilty. This was treason. This was every word you can think of. They tried to steal the election. They tried to obfuscate the election. They did things that nobody's ever even imagined, even in other countries. You've seen some pretty rough countries. This man has seen some pretty rough countries, but you've never seen anything like it. And we have all of the documents. And from what Tulsi told me, she's got thousands of additional documents coming. So President Obama, it was his concept, his idea, but he also got it from crooked Hillary Clinton.
They've been talking a lot about Hillary Clinton as well, ever a relevant political figure. Apparently, they're digging up what they claim are some old Russian intelligence files claiming that she had an addiction to tranquilizers, which I don't know. I don't doubt necessarily. I'm certainly not going to stand up, you know, for her benefit. It is kind of funny that at the same time, they're saying that Obama engaged in treason by claiming that the Trump administration was compromised by Russia, while also saying, hey, here's some Russian intelligence on a political opponent that we're using, you know? Seems like an odd juxtaposition. Levitt was questioned on Obama being immune, which he provided to me in the form of a Reddit link. I think you gave me the wrong link. Carolyn Levitt gets brutal reminder after claiming Trump attended crypto dinner on his personal time. I think you've provided the wrong link. It doesn't matter whether or not he's immune, by the way. What matters is the theater, the performance. Even if Obama wasn't, by Supreme Court decree, immune for, you know, acts related to the official auspices of the presidency, it wouldn't matter because the factual claims of the case against him would be false.
Daily Caller, you laid out that the documents revealed that the Obama administration did not publish a December 2016 presidential daily briefing that demonstrated that Russia did not steal the election. Trump was receiving these briefings at the time because he was president-elect. Are you of the view that that information was kept out of the briefing because then President-elect Donald Trump would have seen it?
I don't have any documents that speak to exactly what the new guidance was that was given as the reason for pulling that document, which, by the way, still has never been published until we released it last week, Friday. One could assume that they didn't want President Trump to see a document that came from the intelligence community that would contradict the Russia hoax narrative that began through the Hillary Clinton campaign with the Steele dossier.
One more, maybe either for you or Caroline. The president said yesterday that Obama committed treason. Do you or the White House believe that the Supreme Court's immunity decision protects Obama from prosecution?
Look, I can speak to the president's feelings on this matter. He spoke to all of you yesterday in the Oval Office, but I also spoke to him about this morning. And he wants to see all those who perpetuated this fraud against our country, who betrayed our country and the Constitution, to be thoroughly investigated and held accountable. And it's been 10 years of this. And I would just add, based on everything the director has said and declassified, all of you in this room should go through it and take a look at this report and review the intelligence, because unfortunately that hasn't happened. And many of the people who perpetuated this hoax, Clapper, Andy McCabe, James Comey, and many others, have been hired by major networks in this room to go on television and continue to spew these lies, knowing that they are lies. And if you all recall, just flashback to 2016 and the years after, the entire Trump 1 presidency was embroiled in this scandal that was perpetuated by the Democrat Party. And you had major Democrat...
What's that quote from the, was it Goering with the Nazis, where he said, you know, it is not enough to lie, you must accuse your enemy of that which you are already doing. Like, don't just lie, say the opposite of the truth, you know? I'm not doing the thing I'm doing, you're doing the thing I'm doing, right? Was that Goering? No, it wasn't Goering, was it? It was, Goebbels. Yeah, Goebbels. It'd be Goebbels, right? That makes much more sense.
Party officials in this city, namely Adam Schiff, Hillary Clinton, Elizabeth Warren, who went on television and told the American people Donald Trump is an asset of Russia. It was a lie. They always knew it. Hillary Clinton herself said that President Trump would be a puppet for Putin. Senator Tim Kaine at the time called President Trump Vladimir Putin's defense lawyer. Adam Schiff stated, and one of the worst things a lawmaker can do is to tell the American people, I know something you don't know, it's just classified and I can't tell you. And that
incredibly funny thing to say in light of the discourse over the past 2 weeks. Unbelievably funny thing to say. Oh my God.
That's what he said. I can tell you that the case is more than that. I can't go into the particulars, but there is more than circumstantial evidence now. And not enough people in this room, not enough journalists in this country pushed Adam Schiff to say, what are you talking about? What evidence do you have? Everybody just ran with the lies, and it led to impeachments. It led to the division of our country. Unfortunately, so many Americans, from listening to outlets in this room, believed in these lies. And it's a complete scam, and it's a scandal. And the president—
It is funny, though, that like a lot of people, including myself to a large extent, believe that Trump would be a lot more deferential to Putin moving forward into the second term, especially with regard to what happened, you know, his shift in tone after the invasion of Ukraine. But then when actually becoming president a second time, the thing that stood in the way of Trump being a puppet of Putin is the fact that Trump is personally belligerent, and he doesn't like the fact that Putin wasn't able to immediately fold and end the war and make Trump look good. In a way, Trump's ego is actually serving the country and the people of Ukraine, because he doesn't like the idea of being the guy who presides over an ongoing war. Funny how stuff works out, huh? Not that link, this link.
Well, it's patently false and unfounded. I was present at the meeting that
Fuck you,
everybody
Clapper.
talks about, and I heard
Picture in picture. No, big picture.
directly what, and I don't know of an intelligence product that was more scrutinized, more investigated than that product was by numerous people. You know, it's very.
Yeah, I don't want to listen to Clapper. I'm sorry, guys. Look, at the end of the day, my thoughts on this are exactly what you would expect. Nintendo Switch 2 review, worth the hype or waited out. You know, I tried to get it the other day. I tried to get it along with Donkey Kong Bonanza, but no store around me is like stocked. So I have to order it online. I want to play Donkey Kong Bonanza. Oh, anyway. Just don't stop talking about the Epstein stuff. I actually feel like, for the most part, they have been really, really unsuccessful in moving the narrative, you know? Like, imagine how dedicated people must be to, you know, uncovering the Epstein narrative and the files and so on, the hypocrisy of the administration, if even threatening to try a former president for treason isn't really, like, moving the needle that much, you know? Just goes to show. Send that last segment to the editors. What's a good name for that? They're trying anything and everything to distract from the Epstein files? Yeah, that seems right. Wait, not anything and everything. Titles have to be punchy. It's very difficult, folks. You know, it's the hardest part of the job, I think. Yeah, the Dems have been jumping on it more lately. They've been jumping and bouncing on the Epstein allegations, which, you know, I wish they wouldn't phrase it that way. But I do support the principle, I suppose. Yeah, we covered that yesterday, Mussolini's mistress. Dems finally made me laugh. The Democrats' account on Twitter has been posting pretty actively about the Epstein stuff, which is nice to see. You know, as lib shit as it is, I would certainly prefer a Democratic Party who is aggressive on the topic than a Democratic Party that is not. I would really like to know, however, what is going on between the administration and the Wall Street Journal, considering the fact that J.D. Vance met with Murdoch before the release of both of those, both of those like leaks through the Journal. You know, it really makes me wonder, like, that conversation could not have gone well. that could not have been a fruitful one for the administration. Russia making a demographic special forces unit to try to help their birth rate. What the fuck are they gonna tactically drop into Siberian villages and fuck everyone? What it doesn't make any sense. Russia's tried to do this before. You're not gonna fix demographic downward trends with behavior like that.
For these facts. They were just trying to make this a both sides thing to make up for the fact that they are being hypocrites, that they said that this is what they want. You saw, right? We read off all of the members of the subcommittee who called very publicly for these files to be released. We saw that they ran on this in the last election, from Trump on down to all of his folks. They all ran on this. So they're just trying to distract from the fact that they're being hypocrites, that they know that they're choosing to protect Donald Trump over the very victims that they keep giving lip service to, that they're choosing to protect Donald Trump.
Can't believe Psaki is a show. Jen Psaki isn't that bad. I mean, I admittedly, it's been a while since I've seen anything substantial from her, but she's a hell of a lot better than the woman who replaced her.
Over transparency for the American people that they're calling for. They're very based in all Americans of all different parties. And that's really what that was.
Very based. Rachel Maddow. Yes, White House Press Secretary Rachel Maddow. Get that booger? Do I have a booger? Sorry if I'm spamming, but this is amazing. Congress could subpoena Epstein birthday book from Epstein estate. I don't know anything about this. What is this?
Bradley Edwards is a Florida attorney who has represented over 200 victims of Jeffrey Epstein. He is the author of the book published in 2020, Relentless Pursuit: My Fight for the Victims of Jeffrey Epstein. And joining us now is Bradley Edwards. Mr. Edwards, first of all, I'd like your guidance on our coverage of this story with your clients.
This is a long bit. I assume the argument he's making is that Congress can subpoena the thing that the Wall Street Journal leaked a few days ago, right? The birthday, the collected 50th birthday to Jeffrey Epstein letters and so on. I mean, that makes sense. They probably could. Congress is out right now, of course. Face of a man who's seen way too much. Yeah. That's a rough fucking job, dude. Being like the guy who represents Epstein's victims. Victims who somehow had no clients, if you believe the administration. All right, hold on. This is a difficult one because it's insufferable, and also there's too much material for me to really go over. You guys know the NELK Boys, or Full Send podcast? I only learned about them from when the small round one went on the Adam Friedland show. They're just another like bro comedy right-wing podcast. They hosted Trump a few times. You know, it's in the same sphere, I guess, as Fresh and Fit, Joe Rogan, Theo Vaughn, right? I'm flattening the disc a little bit here, but fundamentally we're talking about the same general crowd. A lot of overlap. They had Netanyahu on. Now, I'm not going to bury the lead on this one. Apparently, oh, good Lord, look at that like to dislike ratio. Woo! You've run kind of like into a negative overlap here because, you know, as much as there might be a right-wing disposition in these podcasts, as it turns out, a lot of like young, angry, misogynistic 18-year-old children do not want to die for Israel. Not a good overlap, you know. It's mostly like old boomer neocon types who are in for that. Why did Netanyahu agree to this? You've got it all wrong. See, Netanyahu didn't agree to this. The NELK boys did. Apparently, what I heard, and you're free to fact check me on this if I'm wrong, this whole thing was set up by the White House. They've got White House contacts. They've had Trump on, you know. Netanyahu wanted to come on because he's trying a new, you know, effort at propagandizing to probably shore up the fact that nobody within this age group likes him. It's been talked about quite a bit. This came out just 4 hours ago. NELK Boys admits questions scripted by Israel. The questions list, the interview itself, apparently it was pre-agreed upon. So you have some like comedy, you know, good old boys who are essentially receiving scripts and a foreign genocidal, you know, war criminal to just kind of, it's that stuff, really.
This is probably a good segue to our NELK Boys segment, because that is a watershed cultural moment for the future of the country and for a lot of these people who did vote for Donald Trump. Put NELK the guys out of it. I'm talking about young people. Remember, young men specifically broke hard for Trump in the 2024 election. Now, will they come?
Well, closer to 50-50, but more hard than you'd expect.
Come out to vote again? Nobody knows. All right, I think so. Especially people, especially age, they gain some, you know, grasp in society. They start to, and I think this NELK Boys moment is a very important one for, I think, both in the Israel conversation, but really politically and media-wise as well. Yeah. So it's been. Well, let's transition here now. The NELK Boys continue to talk both about the details of their interview.
They did damage control, and after the and the pro-Palestine people they talked to after Netanyahu were Fresh and Fit Hassan and Nick Fuentes. I see. Okay, so it went. All right, it's going well then. What's a milk boy? NELK boy, but I don't know what it is either. Polling is the devil, but yeah, Trump is deeply underwater with the young people. I've seen some far-right people say this is because young men are so far-right that they're disappointed with Trump being cucked on and not being far-right enough on immigration or Israel or whatever, but that doesn't seem to be the case if you look at the sub-issue polling breakdown, right? It seems like a lot of young people just kind of wanted change, and Trump has not offered change, at least not change for the good. Anyway, yeah, the whole thing was screened ahead of time. You can get kind of a taste of the tone. Somebody just linked this, but this is like the gist of the interview, okay? The whole thing is a carefully scripted propaganda effort by Netanyahu, representing Israel, to try to win back a demographic that has, for the most part, come to fucking despise Israel and everything that it represents. Israel in America represents moral Puritan browbeating, where every criticism you issue of them, from the fact that they hoover up our money, to the fact that they're killing, you know, lots and lots of innocent people, to the fact that they're, in many cases, the Zionists, fucking annoying, right? Their only response to it is to browbeat you, to call you anti-Semitic, and to demand that you be deported, right? Like it's not exactly like a cool crowd. Very uncool, very dictatorial. But in spite of that,
you have a business right now? Mm-hmm. Are you regulated?
Yes.
You are? Why are you regulated? You're regulated? By what? You should have the freedom to say whatever you want, to talk whatever you want. I didn't realize there's regulation on podcasts.
So what he's trying to do here is appeal to the bias towards perceived freedom of speech. Anyone who likes the NELK Boys, likes the Full Send podcast, would like the idea of just getting to say whatever you want with no one stepping on you, man. The problem being, of course, that Israel has state censors. There are people who are currently facing legal charges for reporting on the war in Gaza in Israel. If you are a journalist in Israel, if you publish something that looks bad to the government, they can bring you to court over it. They have far less free speech than we do. They literally have... Remember at the very beginning of the conflict, right after October 7th, there were videos of people who were getting arrested because, like, they had... one woman had, like, a WhatsApp status message that was interpreted by the government as being pro-Hamas, so they showed up in military gear to arrest her. Not to mention, you know, all the journalists they've killed. Well, anyway, let's give it a look.
Woo, yeah! Not the most thing about this. We're just not. We just should not be doing this.
That's true.
We're too far too gone. Here we have the Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu. We'll do everybody.
This is what sets off podcasts. You could put a small microphone here, but no, you have to see this thing, right?
Yeah. Prime Minister Netanyahu with us today. We're here in the Blair House.
Yep.
Right? Is this the White House grounds?
Close.
Close.
It's the sort of the official guest house of the United States.
How have you seen, like...
Very authentic, very, like, very independent, very just a bunch of comedy boys, you know? Going over to, like, essentially the White House to interview a foreign prime minister. The scripted interview. Yeah.
The White House and stuff, like, how has it evolved over the years, over the times of you visiting it?
I've met quite a few of the American presidents because I've been in office pretty long time. Not because we don't have elections, but because I've won quite a few of them, okay? I think there's never been a friend like Donald Trump in the White House for Israel. I think he's a remarkable leader. I think he's changing history. He said he'll make America great again. He's already done it. You know, America is widely admired now around the world, and especially after our joint operation against this regime that wanted to, you know, chants death to America, death to Israel. Well, I think...
kind of acting a bit desperate, don't you think? Like, obviously, the only reason he's here is to try to salvage a bit of reputation with a certain demographic of people. So for him to open like this, so obviously, like, you know, drooling, tongue out, please God, like me. I like Trump, you like Trump, right? We all like Trump here, you know?
Together, we've shown the world a different face of America. Very powerful, very directed, very resolute.
You guys are very tight, right? Would you call it a bromance?
Well, you might. I mean, we've known each other several decades, and, you know, I really like him.
What do you like most about him?
You know, if you meet him close up, and Sarah and I have had this opportunity many times, including last night in a great dinner we had at the White House. First of all, Donald Trump can be very funny.
Of course. Nothing this audience loves more, nothing they love more than the deep level of collusion between Netanyahu and Trump. The fact that there's just so much, like, oh, Netanyahu, yeah, he's over, like, fucking 3 months out of the year, you know? That's just interesting. It's like they don't understand, or like he doesn't understand, you know, why people in this demographic might hate him. And by the way, I don't think the average viewer of the Full Send podcast would dislike Netanyahu for the genocide, you know, because a lot of the people who watch this podcast voted for Trump. I think they dislike him because of the censorious browbeating. I think they dislike him because Zionism in America is heavily associated with tone policing, with demands of fealty, in everything, in essence, everything that comedians hate. Right? Zionism, to an extent, at least as it expresses itself in America right now in this day and age, is the death of comedy, because everybody who represents it, you know, they understand every joke at their expense as like a critical threat to their settler colonial project. They don't allow for comedy. Even Trump allows for comedy at his expense, but there's like a particular inflection to the way Zionists engage in their, like, look at what Mamdani had to deal with, man. It's never even like a direct confrontation, right? It's always like, well, why did you say this? Why don't you say this? How do you feel about this? Don't you think that, like, it's never, you know what I mean? Browbeating, bop, 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 with the newspaper, you know? They don't try to change anyone's minds, is what I mean.
Of course.
He can be very funny.
Especially off camera, right?
He can, absolutely. He can split your, you sort of sit there and you start guffawing because it's so funny. And also, I'll tell you something else. That Sarah, who's a psychologist, and she, psychologists, psychologists? Of
course.
They look at people. They identify very quickly with that. You know what she said to me about Donald Trump? She said he's a good person. He has a good heart.
That's great.
He wants to do good. And that is something that I think that you have to know him well to appreciate it. And the last thing I tell you about him, okay? I mean, I could tell you many things, but he cuts to the chase. He cuts through the BS. I have to spell out what BS is. He cuts through the BS. He goes right to the point, to the heart of the matter. And sometimes he says things that get right to the things that people don't want to really think through. And he cuts to the bone. And that is an amazing quality because it lets you focus on the things that are important. So
this is pathetic. Yeah, but it does kind of remind you that Israel doesn't control America, right? That it's like a tumor off America. It's a mutually, what do they call it? When two parasites feed off each other, what do they call it? I'm blanking on the term here. Symbiotic. That's right. Yeah, symbiotic relationship. They both exist at each other's benefit, at least with respect to some things, like MIC profits.
It's been an incredible partnership, both personally, but also for our two nations.
Did you have any type of relationship with Biden?
Not the same. I've known Biden for, 40 years? Almost as long. Well, both of them. Over the decades, it was a different relationship. It was a friendship, but also it evolved into, how shall I say this? Severe disagreements.
About?
And with Donald Trump, we've had powerful agreements. And where there's no daylight between an American president and an Israeli prime minister, amazing things can happen.
Just incredible knowledge of why the people on this podcast dislike Netanyahu. He's literally like, no. You should like Trump because he and I are so close. The thing about Trump and I, we get along on everything. There's no difference between us. Amazing things are happening because of our unprecedented level of cooperation. It's like he doesn't understand that the best way for him to sell himself to this crowd would be to downplay the degree to which he sits in the lap of American power, and to instead talk about Israel as like a separate entity where Israel and America benefit each other in like a quid pro quo kind of way. That would sell way better to this audience. Not necessarily to the interviewers, because the interviewers are paid off, right? They're literally, I mean, this whole thing is a setup. But to the audience, like, this only reaffirms everything negative they're feeling about Trump. It's possible that disillusionment in Trump from young right-wing people might be to an extent because of Israel, right? Because it is kind of difficult to believe that Trump is some sort of like, deep state defying Ubermensch when he gets in and like immediately starts doing all the same shit with Israel that his predecessor did.
Like our common enemies who chant death to Israel, death to America, and want to develop atomic bombs and the means to deliver them to this city and to every part of America. All of a sudden, they're not so intimidating. All of a sudden, we can defeat them. All of a sudden, you can use these brave American pilots who come from around the world, drop it right over the bunker, and help us end the amazing feats of our soldiers and pilots. That's an amazing thing. It's good for America. It's good for the security of every single American.
How do you feel about the Americans' opinion on Israel right now?
Well, look, I think the broad segments of the American public support Israel, but I'm concerned that the young people in America, some of them are getting the wrong picture of Israel.
Being a little bit too straightforward with your intentions here, right? I feel like if you're coming here and you're trying to like sway people to convince them that you're not just like a deep state leech on American tax dollars engaging in genocide, you don't want to play into the idea you're doing this cynically for cynical reasons. I don't know.
Demonization. You can feed them a lot of lies. So the only way you can fight lies is with the truth. How do you fight lies? You tell the truth. And you have to tell it as often and as, and as intensely as the lies that are leveled against you.
Okay.
And that requires an effort. It's like another battlefield, And I'm doing this podcast, among other things, to reach young people.
Of course.
You guys are pretty young. I mean,
30 years old.
30.
30.
That's young.
Yeah. What do you think the biggest misconceptions are about Israel?
Well, first of all, they don't know what kind of an open society it is, how pluralistic. I mean, we live in the heart of the Middle East, okay? Iran is not that far away. In Iran, they hang gays by cranes. In Israel, probably Tel Aviv is one of the, the most open.
In Israel, they simply carpet bomb the gay Palestinians indiscriminately. I mean, just by numbers, the Israeli government has certainly killed more homosexuals than any Middle Eastern government has in multiple years put together, right? Like going back possibly even decades, just by the sheer number of people they've killed,
Liberal-minded city on earth. Israel is a high.
We visited there, yeah.
No, it's completely different.
Our assistant's gay too. He had a good time.
Well, you can vouch.
Yeah, no, we all had a big
So, I mean, look at that. How about women, okay? Women in Iran, they shoot the women. They shot this extraordinarily brave and beautiful woman, shot on the sidewalk because she showed too much hair. In Israel, women are...
You won't believe it. In Israel, they will actually gun down hundreds of people for running at a box full of food that the IDF has placed in the middle of a field surrounded by guns. I don't know whether or not their hair was showing. I guess it's not really relevant in the context of the interaction.
You know what women? I'll tell you what the difference is. Okay, so I had this young women officer in my military secretariat. The prime minister has military secretariat, and usually has a general and it has staff assistant.
Keeping in theme with how the IDF operates, it was probably a 19-year-old staff sergeant or something. Yeah.
It's one of the staff assistants was this young woman pilot navigator on leave from the Air Force to do this work in the prime minister's office. You know what she did now? She was flying over the skies of Tehran.
That's great.
Attacking this horrible regime that tyrannizes the women in Tehran.
Just a complete, absolute misread of what the people who watch this podcast are interested in hearing on so many levels. I mean, you know what? It is nice that as evil as he is and as successful as he's been in securing American support for his crimes, Netanyahu is every bit as out of touch and consultant brained as the politicians we have over here, right? Jesus Christ. Going on Joe Rogan and telling feel good stories about girl bosses flying planes. Who the fuck do you think you're talking to? Are you on Pod Save? This is a totally different audience. No idea. Yeah, he's used to trying to pull Democrats over. I don't think he's used to trying to pull young right-leaning people or young, I don't know what you'd call them, dissident conservative men, I'm not going to watch this whole thing, by the way. I just because I saw clips of it, and this is the theme I got over and over. First of all, fuck the Full Send podcast for doing state propaganda for a genocidal war criminal. Secondly, Netanyahu did a terrible job. I mean, again, this is a earnest like to dislike ratio, right? I mean, that does say something. And that's not just people brigading, people in the audience didn't care for it.
That's the difference. The women there get shot on the sidewalk, and an Israeli woman pilot helps liberate Iran, quite the women of Iran. And boy, that's a big difference. And that's true of everything. It's true of nightlife. It's true of the startup nation, the incredible ingenuity and entrepreneurship, incredible freedom. Israel is a paragon of freedom in an area that doesn't exactly enjoy freedom. And to have young Americans march and support these mass rapists.
He does not shut the fuck up, does he? He doesn't even trust his interviewers enough to pitch him good questions, even though he knows this thing is scripted. Like he doesn't trust the idiots he's sitting across from, so he's like, well, I just need to ramble, basically, because I'm not gonna get good rapport here.
It's people who beheaded men, who burned babies alive. I'm talking about the Hamas monsters.
Really?
Is that their ideal? They know nothing. I mean, they don't know what they're talking about. And I want to bring that truth to them. So Israel is a great free society.
I'll skip ahead of it.
1,000 of these ballistic missiles, these one-ton bombs on New Jersey. So you either get destroyed.
If only.
Destroyed. Goods, services, ideas. You have to have the freedom to have your ideas. This is what we have in Israel. Boy, do we have it in abundance.
Oh, yeah.
But that's fine. That's what I like. I like
state censors, people being arrested for criticizing the military. Yeah.
Competition. I like initiative. I like freedom. I like freedom because I think living without freedom is not worth it.
That's great.
And think of, young people are watching me now. Think that every move that you make, every decision you'd like to make is made by others. You remember? That's when you're little kids, right?
Mm-hmm.
You have the nanny state. You have the nanny that tells you what you can do, what you can't do. Not a good idea, right?
Do they even ask questions in this? Like, I'm genuinely like, or do they just sit here and affirm? Is there any actual engagement here?
Actually, paved their way to nuclear weapons. So I had a security blanket, So I, home.
You can skip to any. We saw the other guy talk.
I'm coming too.
They ask him about his favorite burger. Yeah, they ask him if he likes McDonald's or Burger King more, and he says Burger King because he's a psychopath. They ask him about Zaran. I saw that clip on Twitter as well. He says he's not happy about Zaran winning. Incredible stuff. Yeah, I'll play that clip. Why not? Then we'll see Hassan for a second.
New York City, right? What's Zoran?
Yeah.
He's an anti-Semitic guy.
Yeah.
The highest, I think the highest population of Jews in New York City.
Really? Is that what he is? That's interesting.
How's that even possible?
Well, it's possible because a lot of people have been taken in by this nonsense. I mean, what? You want to defund the police? You want to have people go into stores and, rob them and be free? You think that really creates a good society? You want to crush all enterprise? You want to tax people to death? I mean, that's a one-term effort. But
blurring of talking points again. Just a this is the kind of like browbeating dogma that works in some environments, but here it doesn't. This is corpo shit.
Sometimes you have to get mugged by reality to understand how stupid that is. So that's silly. But, sometimes folly overtakes human affairs for a while, but not for long because reality steps in. So I'm obviously not happy with it, but I'm less concerned with it because I think if we can speak the truth to the young people of America, they wise up.
Stop being so transparent with your intentions. This fucking moron. I love how committed he sounds when he calls Zaran Mamdani an anti-Semite. He does a really good job of not making it sound like he's just reading off a paper.
Even in New York City, right? What's Zoran?
Yeah.
He's an anti-Semitic guy.
Yeah.
The highest, I think the highest population.
Anti-Semitic guy. Yeah, okay. All right. Then they brought Hassan on. Hassan and Adam Friedland, right?
All right, so you guys interviewed the Adolf Hitler incarnate, Benjamin Netanyahu, and now everybody's yelling at you guys, I assume, right? Is that what's going on?
Yes, we're getting definitely some yells.
Yeah. Okay, so first and foremost, who the set that up? Was it Miriam Adelson?
Well, we actually toured the White House right before, and he was in D.C. So it's kind of like a
someone must have. Benjamin Netanyahu wasn't like, I love the NELK boys. I'm a big consumer of Happy Dad, and then was like, let's do this.
Well, we've had Trump on a few times.
Some of the communications team at the White House hit us up, connected us with their communications team, and presented us the opportunity to do it.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
This is worse than Hassan's interview with the Yemeni guy. Dog, he just had like a random Yemeni guy on. They had and then pitched softball questions to a current war criminal genociding head of state with scripted questions that were fielded by the White House. It's not even remotely comparable. Like the degree to which it's incomparable is insane. And I criticized the you know, Luffy, One Piece, Straw Hat, Houthi thing as well. You know, I've said that as well. But like, Jesus Christ, you cannot compare these things at all.
And you guys were like, you know, let's do it. Sounds great.
I mean, yeah, I can say it again. I've said it a few times, but I can't speak to podcasting as a whole. And, you know, other podcasters, they'll have people on with just people they've had good relationships with, or their friends, or people they agree with. But with the Full Send podcast, hate it or love it, right or wrong, if we ever get the opportunity to have a controversial guest on, we're never going to turn it down. Because in my opinion...
This is bullshit. They didn't have a controversial guest on. They were fielded softball questions. They had a scripted interview that was facilitated by the government.
What we want to do with the Full Time Podcast on is we're not afraid to have controversial people on. We're going to ask them questions. Sure, we're probably not the best at asking questions. We're not the best journalists, never claimed to be, so we might not be the best at pressing them. But in my opinion, it's up to the viewer to form their own educated opinion. Like, we have someone controversial on, we ask them...
Off-putting, dropping the ball horrendously, and then off-putting the responsibility to your audience of idiot children to best interpret the results of you doing a state facilitated interview with a war criminal. Gotcha.
Questions. I think people give us a little too much credit when they say, oh, you're platforming
this is like, it's 10 times worse than what I've talked about, but this is the conservative bro podcaster equivalent of when people like Jon Stewart or John Oliver say, well, I'm not a news reporter, you know, I'm just a comedian, right? It's like that, but like magnified way the fuck up. Because in their case, you know, I think Jon Stewart and John Oliver have done good things. I just want them to own their political influence. In this case, these guys are doing Hitlerite shit. But then they're like, well, that's not, I'm a birthday boy. You can't criticize me.
Or like, I think, sure, we have a young audience, but they're not stupid, and we don't think they're stupid whatsoever. And I think this podcast is a perfect example of that. If you go and read the comments, just because we have someone on, we're sitting beside someone, people aren't gonna be like, oh my god, NELK's with them, like I love this person. Like, yeah, wait, that's just not the way it works.
I don't think anybody loves Benjamin Netanyahu. I don't even think American presidents like Benjamin Netanyahu.
Yeah, I know, that's what I'm saying though.
But and I don't think you can listen. I don't think you can platform the Prime Minister of Israel. That's not my argument. I don't really give a shit about that.
But
my question is, do you feel like there is a culpability that you have? Because like, look, Donald Trump is a contentious...
God, I've seen this question get asked and not answered so many times. I swear to God, I've seen this exact conversation play out so many times. And it's always the same way, right? You have a left-leaning person, some variant of left-leaning, and then you have like, haha, apolitical dudes who are cool to chill with and will like talk with you sometimes, but invariably they are completely unmoored from reality, have no priorities besides following orders and taking money, and will always side with whatever benefits them the most. They have no moral compass at all. So whenever you ask them, don't you feel a sense of responsibility to not, like, you know, do Hitler shit, their answer will always be, well, no. It's not even like a question of, is there a reasonable allowance for people to make mistakes or have bad opinions? Because, yeah, of course. But this is so different, man. White House facilitated interview with a foreign head of state currently conducting a genocide. Like, it's difficult to imagine a worse thing to do. Like, in the context of bringing a guest on, can you guys think of a worse... Can you guys think of how to, like, add more modifiers to that to make it worse? Because that's, like, really high up there. State-backed... You didn't write the questions, pressure from the government to do it, active genocide being committed by the person you're interviewing, and pitching softball questions. So it's like, genuinely, like, you would have to, at that point, you would just have to, like, you'd have to escalate how bad the genocide is. You'd have to go to, like, you know, so, well, Hitler, you know, killed more people. Okay, sure, that would be worse. But at that point, we're I still feel like we're kind of in the same category a little bit. I mean, Hassan called him Hitler, you know?
Figure, and obviously he's responsible for a metric ton of pain and violence as well, but so is every other American president. That's one thing. But Benjamin Netanyahu is like unique in the sense that he's also a foreign leader. So I guess the question is, like, you know, because he's getting something out of this, right? He's getting something out of this where he gets to, I guess, like, try and humanize himself.
That's the thing, Hassan, is we'll have anyone on. Like, next episode, we're going to have someone on with the complete opposite idea.
Nick Fuentes.
theology
Yeah,
that
but
we've already been planning before this podcast came out.
Who are you guys having on?
I mean, I'd love to hear your suggestions. We have a few from different friends. You can DM us after if you don't want to say them live, but we're talking to a few different people and we want to choose the right person to kind of represent, you know, the opposite side.
Okay, but Benjamin Netanyahu isn't just like a podcaster. You know what I mean? Like he's literally the prime minister that is a war criminal by the International Criminal Court. He's like literally branded as a war criminal. And it's unique because like the International Criminal Court is a European institution and they've never actually criticized an American or anyone who's an American ally in the past. So it's like he's killed so many children that even the International Criminal Court was like, damn, this guy sucks. Is literally like interviewing Adolf Hitler.
Too, I think if you watch it though too, I think yes. I mean, I think me and Steiny could have pressed him a little bit harder, but we did ask him, what is your response to when people say you're starving children in Gaza? Do you think October 7th could have been prevented? Are you trying to implement regime change in Iran? Like Americans don't want another war with regime change. So
But they were scripted questions that he had prepared answers to. There was no actual grilling. There was no follow-up. Like all you're doing at that point is preempting questions that Netanyahu wants to answer anyway in the most favorable light possible. Just asking the questions on its own does nothing, right? You need to actually like challenge the responses.
we definitely did ask him some questions that I think people wanted to know.
Okay, what did he say? I mean, of course, he said
for starving children in Gaza, he said that they bring the food in and Hamas steals it and then sells it.
That's a lie. You know what I mean? Like that's so. Right. So here's the thing.
What's your opinion? So, Son, you got to remember, one side's going to say one thing, and the other side's going to say it's a lie.
There's no such thing as objective truth after all. It's just like Hitler says that the world was, the World War I was lost because of internal sedition by the Jews, and other people say that it wasn't, and we just hear people's opinions, Again, like this is what I mean. I've seen this like asked and answered so many times. These people have no beliefs and no principles, right? But it's not like the way a fascist would have no beliefs, like a kind of deliberately exercised anti-empiricism or whatever. It's just they have no principles, right? If the wind blew in the correct direction, these people could be socialists. It doesn't matter. Their only allegiance is to their freedom to make money off the opportunities that are pitched their way. So talking to them, in my experience, is worthless. But in this case, their behavior was so egregious that it made their audience pretty angry. So in this case, I guess it's not really talking to them, right? Hassan's talking to the audience through them.
I don't think you guys having a conversation with Benjamin Netanyahu is the interesting point of contention here, for me at least. Like I mean I think it's in and of itself it's like worthy of scrutiny, because it's like you guys it's like interviewing Adolf Hitler. Like, would you interview Adolf Hitler during the Holocaust if you had the opportunity? Probably not, right? And we had less information on.
You should have let them answer that, Hassan. You should have let them answer that.
Holocaust while it was happening than we do on this modern iteration of a genocide, because we get to see it in real time because we have the internet.
Okay, so wait, what's your response to what he answered us? You didn't even talk about that.
It's a lie. No human rights organization that works on the ground, from the UN to the World Food Program, has ever agreed to the Israeli position that this is all Hamas stealing aid or whatever. As a matter of fact, they've openly said that is not the case at all. It's just a way for Israel to continue justifying its starvation policies against the entire civilian population of Gaza, so that they can claim that Hamas is just like stealing this aid. They've never actually given a single piece of evidence for this. It's just a claim that people have to supposedly take at face value because Israel said it. It's a lie.
What's the other side's proof? Just
Jesus Christ, man. The funny thing is that people like this probably rail against postmodernism without knowing what it is, but they would probably argue in favor of an objective truth. But they are the most postmodern people in the world. They have absolutely no belief in empirical reality. These questions and answers are not being motivated by any interest in what is or isn't true. They're being motivated by a desire to evade culpability. Notice how there's no curiosity on the part of either of these two to know what is correct, only to know that people disagree, therefore they can't be held responsible for not taking the correct side.
So we can play both sides here.
Well, the other side is not even the side of the Palestinians. I'm not even offering the side of the Palestinians. The Palestinians obviously think that that's bullshit well, but the other side is an unbiased third party. The World Food Program is not, on board with Hamas. The World Food Program or the UN is not Hamas or anti-Semitic or anti-Israel beyond, the obvious reasons why you would be anti-Israel because they're doing these things and then lying about it.
So what's your overall opinion of us? Like Kyle just stated, that we're having a world leader on. That's what we're more focused on.
I think it was dumb. I'll be honest, because it's not.
But you would do the same thing, Hassan, if you had
defensive posturing, arms folded. Well, they were. Well, what are we supposed to do then? Not platform or I guess host the lies of a genocidal authoritarian? Not let him lie nonstop? These people are so retarded. They are, yeah, but it's not even about that, right? It's about their just absolute contempt for truth. It's just self-serving. Bro said Hassan would do the same thing. Well, if Hassan got the opportunity to interview Netanyahu, I think he would take it. But that's what they're trying to flatten to. They're trying to turn it into, well, everyone has their opinion, and we were just talking to him, basically, as if it wasn't like a, state-sponsored propaganda piece. Hassan would probably be a little bit more critical of Netanyahu if he had the chance to interview him, which is why I suspect that interview isn't happening. In fact, it's not a surprise to me that Netanyahu might be trying to push for more like American Bro podcast interviews, because he has a really difficult time interviewing with anybody in Israel. Do you know why? Because people fucking despise him there. He's barely holding together his war cabinet coalition. He's been undergoing fraud trials for a million years. The journalists there hate him for a wide variety of reasons. The people there hate him for a wide variety of reasons. He's his best chance at getting a friendly interview is going on right-leaning podcasts over here.
opportunity. 100%.
No, I mean, there's a difference, though. I'm well equipped to have a conversation with Benjamin Netanyahu, because when he says something like that, I can turn around and be like, well, the World Food Program has said that, you know, there is no evidence to suggest that Hamas is stealing aid, whereas you don't have that follow-up in that situation. And Benjamin Netanyahu knows that, and his team knows that, which is precisely why he went on the NELK Boys podcast and he didn't go on, you know, my stream or something. And I don't even know if I would honestly have a conversation with him if given the opportunity.
In my opinion,
50-50.
I think that, like, for example, I think Trump is really good on the podcast. Like, obviously, that's why he did his whole podcast. I mean, he's clearly a good speaker. Like, you can't deny that. But I think, in my opinion, just because we platform someone, it doesn't necessarily equate to, like, a positive outcome.
Jesus, man. It's the same. It's just the same thing every time. It's literally like a template. It's a point for point recreation of the same argument every single time, you know?
For the guests. And I think this is like a perfect example of that. Like, this could even be a negative thing.
No, I think in the grand scheme of things, like, it's not moving the needle, because Benjamin Netanyahu gets positive coverage from every outlet. He gets positive coverage from every outlet. So you guys are marginal in that regard. It's not like all that significant. But if you're looking for that's what
I'm trying to say, though.
What do you mean?
If Fox News has him on and they're more supportive of him than we have him on. CNN
yeah, no, that's why I'm saying it's marginal. Like, you having him on is marginal, as opposed to like him going on Fox News, MSNBC.
Wait, but
what you guys did is from my estimation, okay, what you guys did is no different than like what CNN does, okay? You just basically presented someone who is a war.
That's good framing. Yeah, I think it's worth pointing out, like, the bullshit defense they're trying to use is that they're just good old boys who are like having convos and having fun, but what they were actually doing was like state facilitated propaganda work. You know, keeping your mouth shut and letting a political leader ramble on and say whatever the fuck they want because there's no, like, allowance for pushback in media. Functionally, yeah, it is no different from, like, what the hacks over at Corpo Media do.
Criminal, someone who is doing a genocide in a somewhat neutral light.
What's your go-to at McDonald's?
No, I'll tell you, Burger King. We did the, the double,
Whopper?
The double.
I haven't ripped Burger King in a long time.
Burger King kind of sucks.
Yeah.
No, you're wrong.
The BK Lounge can hit.
I disagree completely.
You like Burger King over McDonald's?
That's your worst take, I think.
Absolutely.
That's a crazy take.
No, that was a scripted question, by the way.
Fine. I mean, I like Burger King. The answer is yes.
And you can't be neutral when you have someone like Benjamin Netanyahu directly in an opportunity to talk to him. But that's what happened. So there is moral culpability here for you guys individually.
Well, I think this is the way we roll with this is it's going to give us the opportunity to get the biggest people in the world. And I think you'll know by the Full Send podcast when you watch it. It's like, hey, we're going to watch these guys are going to get big guests. we might not necessarily get these guys grilling these people, and that's just what you're going to come to expect.
I know, but if you don't grill them, then all you're doing is like, you know, just like I said.
We're having them on.
Herbo interviewed is one of my finest moments, and now you ruined my day. What are you guys doing? Guys, can I get Aaron? I was hinting at this.
What we do.
Adam must be frustrated for him to participate in this kind of engagement. I feel it's a little not dicey, I guess. What would you call it? Directly involved?
Listen. That's just what we do. So I think what we did is we had someone on right now. He watched Aaron. Let me finish.
Four podcasts.
Adam. I think this is actually going to be a great thing. If everyone thinks we have such a big platform, would you guys agree or no, Hassan?
Yeah, you guys have.
Jesus Christ! It's literally just like self-serving ego tripping to these two. Like that's the takeaway they're getting from this.
You guys have a decently sized platform.
People wouldn't be pissed, right? If we didn't have a big platform. So if we have
I think people platform, your fans would, depending on how they feel about it, they probably would be.
Right. So right now we just had Netanyahu on. A bunch of people watched it. I think a lot of people saw through what he was saying. Now already on the same day, we've had 3 people on with complete opposite viewpoints: Hassan, Sneeko, Myron, Nick Fuentes. So,
okay. Don't loop me in with those guys.
Let me finish.
Don't put me in the same category as these guys.
Let me finish. So already we've had 4 people with opposite viewpoints on the very same day, and then the next episode of the Full Sun podcast, we're gonna have someone very, very reputable with the complete opposite viewpoint of Netanyahu. So I personally think, and listen, there's a lot. You guys gotta understand though. Hassan, there's a lot of people, I know, there's a lot of people like Hassan, though, that are educated on this issue, and there's a lot of people like myself who are really not. And I know there's a lot of people watching right now that are the same way as me, that just read shit and don't know what to believe. And if you read stuff and you really don't know what to believe, like I know, Hassan, that might be tough for you to understand because you're so educated on the topic, but there is a lot of people that don't know what to believe.
I know. Not actually humility, by the way, but again, like a rejection of culpability. You do not need to be learned or well-educated to know that Israel is committing a genocide. And if you are again, accepting a scripted, state-facilitated interview of a foreign leader, you are not, this is not like well, I'm just going in, you know, I don't really know anything, you know, like it's obviously morally wrong to let somebody launder a genocide on your platform out of ignorance. This was not, of course, out of ignorance. You knew what you were doing when you accepted the pitch.
Oh, but that's why you're giving more reason as to why it's bad that you guys interviewed him.
No, we're not.
The NELK boys are just low IQing. They're not as malicious as you think. No. I'm telling you, okay? I'm not saying they're not low IQ, okay? I think that's pretty evident. I think it's demonstrable here. I'm saying that both are true. Like, there are lots of people who are low IQ, but are also shifty, unprincipled, don't care about anything but the bag, like kind of evil, like just allergic to taking responsibility. None of these things contrast with being low IQ, of course. But somebody who's authentically just low IQ would not accept a state like invitation to propagandize, would not do this like defensive high horse, well, you have your opinion and they have theirs. Those aren't just being stupid. Those are other things, right? That's avoiding moral culpability.
No, that's the problem, because
they're already listening to you. Hassan, a lot of people in our audience have honestly never heard of you, and I'm sure likewise they've never heard of us, so they dislike us. So we're putting you onto our audience now, and they're hearing your point of view. And then next week on the podcast, they're going to hear someone really reputable with the complete opposite view of Netanyahu. So I personally think right now we're going to bite the bullet, and I think we're going to take a lot of flack. But I think within a week or 2 weeks' time, we're actually going to be educating our entire audience and probably the entire internet on everyone's point of view.
You're doing crisis PR right now, and I can tell this is really stressful because everyone's mad at you. But please,
it's not,
you guys
bro.
Just do pranks. People like to see you guys partying. Why you guys keep
we'll still party, bro?
In the middle, you know, people can't leave Gaza.
Adam, we were in Central Pay for a few days after this.
Half the people that live there are children.
We were in
75%
we agree with
of people
you.
that died are women and children. Why are you wading into that? People like you guys because they like to party. You hit zaps. You do happy dads. You guys are chill. I like to see Steve will do a chug. Just do it. Why are you touching that? Not everything is
I agree. I agree. You know what? Adam's right. We don't have to
It
do
is
it.
a brutal blood. It is blood.
See,
it is
that's,
violent.
Adam, that's the problem.
Why
That's
are
the
you
problem.
guys?
I'm gonna tell you something. I'm gonna tell you something.
And if you're not qualified to do it,
Adam,
don't touch it.
we're gonna drink. We're gonna hit zaps, and then we're also gonna interview world leaders. When it
But
comes
it's
to
not.
it, we're
It's
gonna
not
do
just
all
like,
three.
dude. You're not like interviewing.
It's avoiding moral culpability. Again, if a person was merely stupid, they wouldn't be investing this much effort into being defensive by repeating the same misinformation about the nature of the interview. Just, I don't like it when people try to use the stupid or malicious thing as like a mutually exclusive dichotomy, because it's just not. It's, unfortunately, there's a lot of overlap in these concepts.
The prime minister of Albania. Okay, you're like, this is a guy. This is
Everywhere we went, they were killed. It sounds a lot like the Palestinians. Because they are people who are dispossessed, and everywhere they go, they get killed. And if we can't see ourselves in that, it's a shanda.
Adam, I'm going to tell you something really quick. I don't agree with Netanyahu. I disagree with a lot of things he's doing. I think he's acting. It doesn't matter. I think in certain aspects, he's acting the same way as Hamas is. We've talked to him about this.
No, there's no.
This is genuinely the maddest I've ever seen Adam. Yeah, it actually boosts my respect for him a lot that underneath the irony that is kind of central to his delivery and his career, there's like a beating heart of genuine sincerity. I respect that a lot in people. It's very, very important to me that like under the presentational like affect you've adopted, you have a red heart, basically.
See, this is what I mean. You're saying he's acting the same.
I'm just gonna
You're disregarding the
poof
point.
myself back up. I don't care.
Adam, you're not listening.
There's no comparison between Benjamin Netanyahu and Hamas. That's my point. The point is that Hamas.
You tried to compare them earlier.
No,
I agree with you.
Benjamin Netanyahu.
This we can hit up people like you, Hassan, and get what you would ask and stuff like that. But
No, Benjamin Netanyahu is never entering the same room as someone like myself. If I were to be in that room, he would not do this podcast with you, or
But wait,
maybe they would
Hassan, let
assassinate
me ask
me.
you something. Hassan, why wouldn't you do someone from both sides?
What do you mean?
I mean, we've already debated this. But
if you could do Netanyahu and do somebody else, why wouldn't you do that?
But well,
see again. Sorry, I know I keep reaffirming the point, but like, there's no real like belief here. There's no like moral adherence to anything being good or bad, except for their right to do whatever the fuck they want without criticism. That's the only moral good in the universe. All right, wrap it up.
I don't think that there's both sides.
It's all just content.
Read the comments.
Yeah, but
also proof that just because we have someone on, it doesn't necessarily mean a W for the guest.
No, I understand that. There are plenty of people that I disagree with that I communicate with. But there's a difference between, there's an upper limit to it, is my point. And that upper limit is like far past when it comes to someone like Benjamin Netanyahu. My limit is far before Benjamin Netanyahu. It's someone like Nicholas.
Yeah, I've seen these. I've seen these arguments. Oh well. I guess it ended with them saying Netanyahu's Hitler, so Netanyahu didn't really get what he wanted out of this interview on two fronts.
Having Netanyahu on is like having modern day Hitler.
No, I saw that.
Which is, honestly, guys, I'll be honest, I'm here to. It's a good point.
Great stuff. They still don't believe anything, but you know, they have, yeah, as Adam said, they've done crisis PR. They have deflected. And they're shifting to match the expectations of their audience. Bullying worked? No, not really. I mean, it's just about like what's popular with their audience and what makes them the most money. Sheesh. It's bleak, man. It's bleak. What's Adam's channel? Adam Friedland. He was one of the Cumtown boys. He's a comedian. He does interviews. It's good. It's a good channel. So smart enough to be selfish. Being selfish does not require a person to be smart at all. Being self-serving is literally the prime motivating instinct of every single living creature, from plants to animals. You do not need to be smart to be selfish. Oh. That was a solid one. Anyway, yeah, pretty grim. Pretty grim. Ban mail podcasts. That's true. Let me pee super quick. I'll be right back. Sylvan talked about South Park and, yeah, homeless camps. Yep. Oh shoot, will there be spoilers? I don't fucking know. I haven't seen the thing. Honestly, Miss Genderland. All right. Have you seen the new drama thread in you? There's always drama. Do you wash your hands while you piss? Wouldn't that imply you're pissing into your hands? Yes, I do that every time. That's how I'm so fast. Saw this while taking a dump this morning, awful way to start the day. Thank you for the information. Pro-Nazi, anti-Semitic circle jerk live stream. Oh, isn't this the Fresh and Fit podcast? They've been Nazi for a long time. Not to say that like takes the sting away or anything, but that's been the case for a while. Do you see Socialist or Socialism MMA? I don't remember if it's Socialist MMA or Socialism MMA. I don't remember what the name is, but did like some unhinged anti-Semitism isn't real, I hate these people type Twitter thread. He's a moron, man. He is a moron. I think in this case, the real issue is that he's far right and anti-Semitic. But, you know, I think he literally said, I hate these people and their stupid hats, their stupid little hats or something like that, which I don't really think that can come from a principled anti-Zionism. Yeah, anti-Semitism is not real. I'm not religious. The idea that I have to accept your goofy Jewish stories about you being God's chosen people and accept the existence of your apartheid state is absurd. Fuck you. These statements don't really correspond. Anti-Semitism is not real. I'm not religious. Doesn't really have anything to do with the follow-up. Unless you're Jewish, I don't really think anyone believes Jews are the chosen people. I guess Christians do, right? Because there's like an Abrahamic overlap with the evangelicals, but doesn't really have much to do with anything. Oh yeah, there. Fuck you and your stupid tiny hats. And then you get the YouTube plug. Yeah. Wasn't he the one who told me that Joe Biden's a fascist? Was it him? It was years and years ago. So he's a tanky. I mean, I think he's always been on the right. Anyway. Close this, close that. Hold on, I want to take a look at this real quick. No, I think the average tanky probably wouldn't say anti-Semitism isn't real. I mean, I understand that it's an extremely broad category, but I really don't think the average, you know, tanky would say that. This just came out. This just came out. Ending crime and disorder on America's streets. Executive order. By the authority vested in me as president, by the Constitution and the laws of the United States of America, it is hereby ordered. Endemic vagrancy, disorderly behavior, sudden confrontations, and violent attacks have made our cities unsafe. The number of individuals living on the streets in the United States on a single night during the last year of the previous administration, 274,000 such, was the highest ever recorded. The overwhelming majority of these individuals are addicted to drugs, have a mental health condition, or both. Nearly 2/3 of homeless individuals report to having regularly used hard drugs like methamphetamines, cocaine, or opioids in their lifetimes. An equally large share of homeless individuals reported suffering from mental health conditions. The federal government and the states have spent tens of billions of dollars on failed programs that address homelessness, but not its root causes, leaving other citizens vulnerable to public safety threats. Shifting homeless individuals into long-term institutional settings for humane treatment through the appropriate use of civil commitment will restore public order. All right, well, that's straightforward. Surrendering our cities and citizens to disorder and fear is neither compassionate to the homeless nor to other citizens. My administration will take a new approach focused on protecting public safety. Okay, what are we doing? The AG, in consultation with the Secretary of HHS, will take appropriate action to seek, in appropriate cases, the reversal of federal or state judiciary precedents, and the termination of consent decrees that impede the U.S.'s policy of encouraging civil commitment of individuals with mental illness who pose risk to themselves or the public and are living on the streets and cannot care for themselves in appropriate facilities for appropriate periods of time, and provide assistance to state and local governments through technical guidance, grants, or other legally available means for the identification, adoption, and implementation of maximally flexible civil commitment, institutional treatment, and step-down treatment standards that allow for the appropriate commitment and treatment of individuals with mental illness who pose a danger to others. Okay. Reversal of judicial precedents and termination of consent decrees that get in the way of putting homeless people in maximally flexible civil commitment or detention facilities. Does civil commitment mean slavery? It means concentration camp, basically. Why? Because 95% of Americans would tolerate fascism if it came in the form of getting rid of the 3 homeless people they see every time they go downtown. AG and such will enforce prohibitions, open illicit use, urban camping and loitering, urban squatting, enforce and wherever necessary adopt standards that address individuals who are a danger to themselves or others. Substantially implement and comply with, to the extent required, the registration and notification obligations of the Sex Offender Registry and Notification Act, particularly in the case of registered sex offenders with no fixed address. The AG shall ensure homeless individuals arrested for federal crimes are evaluated consistent with 18 U.S.C. 4248 to determine whether they are sexually dangerous persons. Okay. Necessary steps. Emergency federal law enforcement assistance program to support. Assess federal resources to determine whether they may be directed towards ensuring, to the extent permitted by law, that detainees with serious mental illness are not released into the public because of a lack of forensic bed capacity at appropriate state, local, and federal jails or hospitals. Discretionary grants. Harm reduction, safe consumption. Technical assistance. I don't know, guys. It seems pretty bad. The reversal of judicial precedent and consent decrees seems particularly bad to me, to whatever extent they're able to do that. It is illegal, after all. Yeah, it does seem that, like, the point of this essentially is to, through the federal government, kind of incentivize states and cities to back approaches that allow for homeless people to just be scooped up off the street involuntarily and put into camps, like, outside the cities. Just kidnapping them and putting them in a box. Wait, how do you prove you're not homeless? I guess, they'll just have to trust you. I don't know. Cool. It is true that he literally ran on this. Carry your ID with address at all times. Yeah. Add in the autism camps from RFK on top of this. Yeah, from homeless people, mentally ill people, people with autism, undocumented immigrants, documented immigrants, they're going to put everyone in a damn camp. Will they use ICE for this? No, because I mean, dealing with homeless is more of a municipal thing. It seems like they're trying to use the federal government and its grants to construct and incentivize all of this, you know, more so than affect it themselves. The ICE, the federal government doesn't have the resources to go like homeless encampment clearing. That would be obscenely expensive, like in addition to what they're already struggling to deal with. I just don't know how much they're going to be able to affect this, right? Especially the revocation of existing judicial precedent. I have no idea how they're going to do that. Oh, it's just music. That's great. Took executive action to make it easier for cities and states to remove homeless people from the streets. That's right, that's right. No different than what Newsom's done, you know? It is penis music. It's a little bit penisy, I think. Federal grants to states and cities that enforce prohibitions and open illicit drug use, urban camping and loitering, urban squatting. Homeless is the top line, but what's important is Section I. It lets ICE grab cis white people for smoking weed in public. What do you mean? What do you mean Section I? I is a subsection thing. You mean this, I assume? Enforce prohibitions on open illicit drug use? Well, this would be enforced by state and municipal officers. So if weed is legal where you are, like illicit in this case would be kind of dependent on the state's definition. Because the federal officers aren't going to be doing that. They're just going to be prioritizing, providing grants to states that do what they want them to. Something tells me California isn't going to be on the table for those grants anyway, even with all Newsom's done to crack down on homelessness. So might not be much of an incentive there. Still grim, though. And I do worry about what the American public would be willing to tolerate if it meant getting rid of homeless people, you know? I feel like they might have a limitless tolerance for authoritarianism if that comes along with it. Maybe, Cybele. I'm not sure. Man, I am tired. The lack of yogurt and protein bars is really, really coming around to hit me. I've tried to be strong, but I feel like this has something to do with it. America's incarceration rate is about to fall off a cliff. Long sentences and recidivism kept prison populations high for decades, but prisons are now starting to empty. Maybe. Yeah, that's very possible. Sheesh. Why would prisons be emptying? I don't know. Just sort of maybe sentences that have been carrying over from the 90s, or maybe like waves of you know, we might be finally seeing like a tampering down after the effects of broken window policing finally start to fade. This is a good thing, right? Well, I mean, I think the suggestion from the chatter is that one of the reasons why they might be pushing for this ease of arresting homeless people might be to refill these prisons, keep private prisons, you know, well funded. I'll just preempt that. There we go. After peaking at just more than 1.6 million Americans in 2009, the prison population was just more than 1.2 million at the end of 2023, and is on track to fall about 600,000. Well, that's nice. I doubt that'll keep, but that's nice. More space for immigrants? Well, most of the open space in these prisons, these are state prisons, in, you know, municipal jails. They're not run by the federal government. The federal government can commission them, but they can't really use them for their immigrant detainees, you know? Not unless they requisition them, but that would mean they'd have to be cleared of other people. Yeah, any effort to round up mentally ill people and keep them in prisons might include trans people, to be sure. Guess it's a state-by-state thing. Don't really know. Yes, that's true. State prisons are relatively easy to visit, unlike federal prisons. My head hurts, Fosh. Read donos. Give me a sec. I'll read them in a second. Ay, ay. Yeah, probably no more segments for tonight. Today. God, it feels like tonight because I'm tired. That's crazy. Today. It's all just been so much lately, you know? I'm a little pooped. We're not doing South Park. I'll talk about it tomorrow. I'll be here tomorrow. It's nighttime in Europe. That is true. That is true. The Epstein stuff is a lot. Well, the Epstein stuff, I mean, it's nice to see some real pushback on it, but at the end of the day, it needs to bear fruit, right? Like something needs to come of it. Yeah, it's continually developing, and it is exhausting. It's so tiring, just over and over and over and over again to have to do this, like, I don't know, the most obvious thing in the universe, and the Epstein business, right? And just having to reaffirm the point. You have to be so loud about things that are so obvious to people. I think it's more difficult for me than for some people, because there are definitely some political content creators who have no problem like repeating the same points over and over. And I'm not like doing a dig at them. I think that's an important skill, because if you are a, if you're a streamer, like new people are always coming in, it's important to reaffirm points. You can't just say stuff once and then leave it, you know? It is important. I think you do that though. Yeah, but it irks me, and I think that for some people it doesn't irk them. Did he talk about the Timber Chet thing? No, I completely forgot about that. But I'll talk about that tomorrow. Not that it's going to be immediately relevant, right? Because the house is out. Shared a BP vid yesterday where Sagar, has a doctor on and proves he right about weight loss versus chat. Wait, what argument did I have with chat about weight loss? I'm gonna have cookies, Miss Genderlin. Probably that it's just calories in, calories out. Well, calories in, calories out is admittedly simplistic, right? Because people have different metabolisms. So even if like people, two people work out the same amount and eat the same amount, they exert the same amount of effort relative to each other, that doesn't mean that they're going to lose weight at the same pace. Unfortunately, all of this is filtered through like your personal tolerance for being hungry or your metabolism, and that can't really be changed, It is calories in, calories out. At the end of the day, that's the math equation, but there's a bunch of stuff that determines how calories in, calories out works and feels that sometimes you have no control over. It's true, but it's not always helpful. AC, turn back on. Turn back on, AC. There you go. I was surprised because Sagar's normally insufferable. Well, I guess he wouldn't really have a reason to be insufferable with that specifically, right? Bosch coping. Coping about what? What did I do? I've been losing weight. I hit 209 the other day. We saw Bizu. Looking good too. Thank you. Thank you. Pre-tier 4. Yeah, Brainless the second. If you have a skill set that leans towards cold calling, you should absolutely be using that. What's the most you ever weighed? Like 240? 290. And I was on stream too. He's a big boy. Still doing the Peloton? Don't talk to me. You lost an impressive amount of weight. Yeah, well, I'm still hoping to get down to like a 32 waist, because that would make it a lot easier to wear the particular kinds of trousers that I'm interested in. But it definitely helps that I'm just a tall and broad person in general. Oh, man. When coffee is not enough. Are you going to see the Fantastic Four movie? Yeah, probably. I doubt I'll like it as much as Superman, but, you know, it looks a hell of a lot better than the last two Fantastic Four movies. Is it cognitive dissonance for me to simultaneously understand that bodies come in different sizes and fat phobia is all too common, while also saying congrats when somebody says they've lost a lot of weight? I don't really think so. For the most part, despite what the woke mob might want you to believe, for the most part, you do want to be in a healthy weight range. Usually losing a lot of weight entails a bunch of effort. You shouldn't say congratulations if a person's lost weight because they're like anorexic or whatever. Usually the implication when a person brags about having lost weight is that they're, happy at some change in their exercise or diet, which, I think congratulating is just fine. But if a person's underweight and they say, well, I gained 15 pounds, I ate a fuck ton of cake or whatever, you can congratulate them for that too. Still live. Thank you for the $5. Do you weigh yourself daily? I used to do it daily, but moved to weekly. No, I think daily there's so much fluctuation, You're not going to see a measurable difference day to day in terms of actual fat being burned. The only difference you're going to see day to day is water weight and whether or not you've pooped recently. Daily's going to drive you mad. All right, Cliff. I'm sure she looks lovely. I'm just straight chilling right now. Are you shooting for an American 32 waist or a Japanese 32 waist? Probably American, because a Japanese 32 waist for me would be in the really low body fat. Right? Because I'm generally tall and wide. 32 waist for me would be that would be quite low, I'd have visible abs, which is I don't think especially realistic. Are their inches smaller? Their clothing doesn't tend to have vanity sizing. Excuse me. Excuse me. Got hiccups. Are you not just measuring your waist with a tape measure? Well, no, because that won't get you accurate results in America, right? I wear 36 pants, but my waist is not 36 inches. It's 38, maybe 39, But I wear 36 pants because all the pants manufacturers in America, they lie. And they say, well, no. Trust me, King. You can fit in these 36 pants because you're just so svelte. You're so svelte. They lie about the sizing to make people feel good. In Japan, they don't do that because all their people are skinny anyway. That's why, for good clothing brands, they'll tell you the true waist measurement, Like, for instance, Levi's. Just regular Levi's jeans. Men's jeans. That's insane, IMO. Well, here. 501 straight fit selvage men's jeans. There you go. Classic Levi's right there. Or at least the modern incarnation. And let's see, do they have sizing? Size guide. For Levi's, they say that for a size 36, your waist should be around 36.5 to 37.5 inches. So according to Levi's, they're leaving an allowance of around an inch to an inch and a half up. Like they're being flattering to that degree. In my experience, that's not true. In my experience with Levi's specifically, because denim's cotton, it stretches, you know. Invariably you're going to end up with like a 2 or 2.5 inch gap between the posted size and its actual circumference. Just stop German posting. What do you fucking speak English? Speak American. Good Lord. Still alive with the $5. Thank you. Do you have any opinion on the dark fantasy / sword and sorcery genre in films and TV? I've been binge watching a couple of 80s movies like Conan and Beastmaster. I haven't really engaged with it that much, to be honest with you. Dark fantasy? I've always liked sort of high fantasy stuff more, like Lord of the Rings type stuff, but I probably haven't engaged with enough of it to really have a strong opinion. You know? Berserk is dark fantasy. Berserk is dark fantasy. That's true. That's true. Though it's been leaning more towards high fantasy with time, but yeah. What matters most to me, I think, in terms of my fantasy, is I want the writer to take the world seriously. I want it to feel like, I want the world that's being built to feel like it could exist in the rules that the universe has set up, right? That's very, very important to me. And sometimes it doesn't pan, sometimes it does. But yeah, you do have to be grounded in your own principles. I think that's why I liked Aragon so much when I read it when I was a kid, because it felt like Aragon was written by the exact same kind of like sociology interested, world building obsessed nut kid, you know, that I was back then. Though of course the author for Aragon was a much better writer than I was at 16. Tolkien? Look, I love The Lord of the Rings, but the universe of The Lord of the Rings, the world of it, has never landed the same way to me. And that's because it's a classic hero's journey, right? Lord of the Rings is about people. It's not about societies. You follow characters doing things in like their own experiences, their own adventures. It's not really like an exploration into the politics of Gondor or whatever. All right, stop with, oh my God. I'm muting you for 1 minute, you kraut fuck. Or maybe Dutch, I don't know. Good Lord. Jesus. I don't care if you talk to each other, just good Lord. Big block of hostile tech. How are you only noticing them now? I'm not only noticing them now. I've been very tolerant. I've been Christ-like, I would say, with my patients. High fantasy and dark fantasy are not mutually exclusive. Well, yeah, that's true. That's true. There's less of an overlap. Lord of the Rings is so much about the world. Are you kidding? Well, it's about the world. It's not really about society, if that makes any sense. Lord of the Rings has narratives and themes that talk about and involve the world, but it's not very... Everything's political, but it doesn't talk about politics that much, right? Yeah, it's more of a parable, right? Dune is about the politics. Yeah, oh yeah, God, you read or watch Dune, and the whole thing is like an exploration. That's because you like garbage like Aragon? Dog, I read it when I was like 14. Why you gotta scrape the seafloor to find digs in me? You don't have to work that hard. You can just say I haven't read a full book like cover to cover in years. Just attack me with that. It's true. What kind of politics does Dune have? I don't know, fucking all of them. You read or watch it, you can pretty immediately... Have you ever read the existential comic with Noam Chomsky explaining why the elves are evil in Lord of the Rings? No. You can't really criticize the elves for being evil in Lord of the Rings because, again, it's more of a parable thing, right? It's not like a... It's like their decision isn't really fleshed out in a social sense. They're more like creatures of the world. They're like you know, nature oriented. They just feel this like pull to leave the Middle Earth. It's not like there's a big discussion internally or like socio-political conflict. They're just, by virtue of being elves, they're flighty and they want to dip. Why are they so white, though? Don't worry about it. I have heard a lot of good stuff about Worm, yes. Oh, Ori, thank you for the very, very kind 10-pound donation. I really appreciate that. Last minute dono, but just heard of the stuff in Thailand. My cousin is there currently. I believe she's okay right now, but still, oh my God. Also, UK folks, please sign the petition to repeal the Online Safety Act. What, you hate online safety? Look, based on the very little that I've seen about the Thai-Cambodia conflict, it seems likely to me that it's going to remain a border dispute. I would be very surprised if it turned into like a real invasion in either direction. But yeah, no, obviously I hope, I mean, even if it's just a border dispute, you fire missiles, Stray, I really hope that your cousin is safe and stays safe. Whatever happened to the Vosh donation alerts, like toss a coin to your streamer? I've done those for TTS streams, but I actually found it kind of irritating and distracting to have pop-up noises happen while I'm talking about something. It's not a big deal if it happens now, though I still don't really like being interrupted, to be honest. But if I'm talking like mid-segment or something, like something serious, and then there's like a, you know... Sometimes I feel like I even trip into tastelessness by having like little pop-up dono animation play up here, you know? When it's mid-segment, you know, like the little autistic Marcel that pops up, which I do still find quite charming. Worth noting, by the way, I never actually got rid of any of those donation noises. They're all still there. I just have alerts muted. So every time an alert or donation comes in, I do see the waveform on the alert's volume monitor push up because it's playing the audio. I just have it muted. Did you see a fly? Can't even look in a direction for 2 seconds, man. Say something. It was a 5-second gap. I'm sleepy. I've been getting bad sleep lately. Probably just because we're leading into a... Fuck you. You were warned. I don't care if you're with Delinka. You think you're better than me with your goddamn multilingual knowledge? 1 minute. The 1 minute to the fucking German minds. Fare thee well. Definitely getting bad sleep because of the upcoming move. You know, I've been prepping a lot of stuff, and also it's just it's always stressful. Moving's always stressful. I'll read a few more donos here. Elenita Express, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that. Brandy Isen, Brandy Icene, is seen. Brandy is seen. Ah! Thank you for the very kind tier 3 sub. I really appreciate that. Learning my whole family uses AI and radio silence and Epstein has put me into an existential spiral. Take my money and do good. That's rough. I really am sorry. Genuinely. That is rough. Vosh, it said, I'm just writing this text to get on Vosh's nerves, but it was really nice talking to you. Please work within your party to ensure that we can finally implement proper social policy in Germany. Here's to a better future with solidarity and stay as stable as ever. You trying to make me feel bad? You trying to make me feel bad? He knew what the fuck he was doing. Or she or they, I don't remember what the dot was next to the name. Jesus Christ, like I don't have enough to deal with. Now my guilt, it weighs on me. Good thing it was only a 1-minute mute. Yeah. Surprised he read my message and on don't know. I read chat all the time. I look at YouTube chat sometimes. I'm obviously mostly looking at my site chat, but you know. Unlikely Vosh will do any more debates unless it deals with fashion. Dog, the fucking Mehdi Hassan Jubilee, also Hassan talking to the NELK boy, shit like this makes me think like, holy shit, it was so correct of me to detach my identity from the performative always online debate bro stuff. Oh my God. Like, at the end of the day, and I can frame it as much as like a moral or a content thing, is, you know, because I do think it's fucking boring and exhausting. And I think that when I'm detached from it emotionally, it's not that interesting to me. It just doesn't like resonate with me as well. But at the end of the day, the real reason is just I find that exhausting. It would make me unhappy, you know? Sheesh. It would just make just getting involved in that, you know? That Nazi post on Twitter used screenshot, or that drama post on Twitter used screenshot of Nazi pedophile that pretend to be. Someone messaged me about that. I saw somebody posted, or like tried to procure some kind of accusation against me, and I looked at it and I didn't recognize anything about it. The way in which it was presented made me feel like it was very uncredible, if that makes any sense. Like, so I haven't really paid it much mind, but I have no idea. Many such cases. Yeah, it's pretty anxiety inducing. I have no idea what this is even about. That's funny. So remember my big context video where I said like at the end of it, I think, or somewhere in the end, it's not like I've rewatched it because rewatching that video would be bad for my mental health because, oh my God, this stuff is like anxiety inducing and exhausting. But in the context video, I said like, there are so many people who have tried to be so bad faith with like old Discord posts that I don't remember. I don't remember them happening. I don't know if there was context or no context. I have no clue. That like engaging with them, from my perspective, it's like, I don't even know if it happened. At this point, people could like, they could just make up anything, right? Like anyone could say anything. And because people are already primed to accuse me of being like a pedophile or a freak or whatever, a lot of people will agree with it no matter what. There's a financial incentive to some people to do it. So it makes me think like, if I engage with something, if I give it daylight, I'm like, I'm providing the incentive. You know what I mean? Which is like so, I mean, anxiety inducing, you know? And also, it's not even just like if people fake stuff. It's also like if you go far enough back, I have no memory of any surrounding context. That shit has to be so nerve-wracking. Oh my God. Dude, literally, it's so anxiety inducing, you know? At the same time, I guess I don't want to take like a blanket attitude. Like, well, now if anyone ever says anything about me, they're lying. But at the same time, I also don't want to like engage with it in a way that kind of rewards bad faith engagement, because it was like the post was made by like a far right journalist. I think far right. Maybe I'm wrong on that. I thought I remembered being far right journalist, and it was followed up by what I think was supposed to be like a cropped image of me naked with the Jewish star blocking my genitals. The presentation of this did not like reek of credibility to me, you know? And I don't even recognize the image, but that was the insinuation. So, and I like, just everything about it is, to me, speaks of like, well, you should just like not even give it daylight. They're so weird. They are, but like at the same time, it's very anxiety inducing for me, you know? Cause it's like, cause I don't want to come across as somebody who's like insanely defensive or whatever, but like, holy shit, to speak of incentives to be defensive. Whew. What would that even imply, that you have a Jewish penis? Well, I am circumcised. So, I mean, in that respect, it's a dead ringer. That is true. By virtue of being an American. Wasn't your dad a Catholic? A lot of Americans just get circumcised. I don't, it's not like a religious thing. It's just considered normal here. I don't really know why. Because the world, I think it's just considered, not just Jewish, but like in Europe at least, it's considered a Jewish thing, I think. But in America, it's like very, very common. But was your dad a Catholic? I mean, my dad was raised Catholic. By the time I was born, he wasn't a Catholic anymore. Why would you do that? I don't know. I think it's just I think it's just a cultural thing. Eventually it just gets normalized. I think people just think otherwise, like it's just like weird if you don't. No, LOL, thank you for the $5. Appreciate it, Vosh. I remember being so upset in your behalf because I watched some of H3's stream during that and I couldn't fathom how bad faith it was. Yeah, it's the, and I said this in the big context video as well, and I think it's relevant here too, that for me, like the frustration, I guess, is that there's a legitimate, I think, good faith criticism that you could make of a lot of the stuff that H3 went over, which is that like in some of these like old Discord screenshots, for one, I'm doing myself no favors with some of the shit that I'm saying, right? Like in terms of if people scrutinize this in the future, that looks really bad. But at the same time, I was like, and this, especially with like the Poppy thing, really bad at reading other people's intentions and really bad at like, I guess, respecting the tone of the conversation. Like really, really bad at that. And honestly, a lot of that got better by being a streamer, because being scrutinized by other people in a public setting kind of forces you to be more self-conscious about the way that you act, you know? But I think to a large extent it was, no, I don't think it's an autism thing actually. I think it's I think in large part it was like this cowardice, because I wanted to be friendly, but I didn't want to have friends, because having friends means like opening yourself up to, it's work. You're opening yourself up to like mutual emotional engagement. It requires respect of another person. Whereas being friendly, being like an affable socialite, you know, where you talk friendly with people and you engage with them, you know, and it comes across like you're being like chummy with people, but in reality, you're just kind of like affecting a behavior. I think it's about vulnerability. So whenever I look at those old like Discord screenshots of me, whether or not there's missing context or whether or not they're real, the main thing I get is the sense of embarrassment at how much I was like unable or unwilling to do that, or to like respect how other people feel enough that it was like a reciprocal thing. You know what I mean? Which is one of the reasons why now I talk about like being earnest, you know, because that's very much like a learned problem, right? It's okay, Unorthodox Monkey. I mean, it's kind of my fault. Can I ask which context video Bosch referring to? Dog, you It's a big video. Nothing but fun. That's a great quality. You should be proud of the growth. I think that, like, one of the reasons I acted that way for so long was because I was prideful. I thought that I was smarter than other people. And as a consequence of that, I was unwilling to treat interpreting other people's feelings as an unsolved problem. Does that make sense? Like, I would think about other people like, oh, I know what they must be like. I'm affable. I'm conversationally competent. I'm good at speaking, because even at a young age, I really liked public speaking. But as it turns out, public speaking and reading other people's emotions, not even remotely the same skill. But I thought it for a while, you know, which is embarrassing. So I think that, like, arrogantly, my thought was like, well, I don't need to second guess myself, you know, so I don't want to be too aggrandizing, I guess. That's a huge problem with men in general, TBH. You'll hear women in relationships complain about their partners treating their emotions as problems to solve instead of just empathizing. True, but I don't want to make it, like, entirely a man thing, because, like, I was pretty bad at it. You know, I mean, the whole Poppy thing, for example, it's, like, entirely rooted in that, right? Fundamentally, just like an inability / unwillingness to engage with. So I wouldn't say I sympathize with those feelings in others. I would say that I recognize them, right? It's just a video called the context video, Ruby. Do you think it could be an autistic thing? Well, I mean, you never know for sure, right? I don't know. It's kind of like a vague set of characteristics. It's not. It's difficult to concretely determine anything like that. I just don't want to give the impression that because a lot of people try to use stuff like you know, well, I feel. They try like, well, I'm autistic, therefore this behavior wasn't my fault. I'm like deflecting it, you know? I guess I just don't want to engage in too much defensiveness with regard to any perceived, you know, real or imagined earlier behavior, because I know for a fact that I had a very difficult time reading people back then. What the hell are you people? They've got these people linking fucking PubMed articles on circumcision. What the hell is happening? Yurosama, I appreciate that. It's because circumcision is bad, Ree. Well, I certainly don't agree with it, you know? I don't think it's as, like, horrendously destructive as some people claim that it is, but I think that you shouldn't do it. I mean, well, you shouldn't do it to your kids, I guess. If you want to do it to yourself, fine, when you're an adult. But I don't think you should do it. Also, to me, a main dig, like, aesthetics-wise, is that people who have uncut dicks, they have more, like, skin to play with. And it means that their skin is a little thicker because it's not as stretched when they're erect. So you don't have the, like, angry red skin thing. You know what I mean? Where when a circumcised person is erect, their penis is erect, it looks like all the skin is stretched taut to, like, a micron of thickness, you know? Whereas if you're uncircumcised, there's more material to work with. That's just an aesthetics. I mean, just as a person who's had sex with people who are circumcised and not circumcised. But I don't think it's that big of a deal aesthetically. I accept you on either side of the circumcision fence. Still don't think you should do it to young people. You just have to clean your foreskin? Yeah, but I never really understood that as like a reason for circumcision because, yeah, like you have to wash your junk anyway. Like when you're in the shower and you're washing your junk, you should do that no matter, like the difference in terms of time invested between like, I'm going to wash my junk versus I'm going to peel my foreskin back and wash my junk is like a half second. So I don't really know. I don't really know what the issue is there. Unless you have phimosis or something. But in that case, that would be like a legitimate reason. You know, to get circumcised if you have like a medical condition, you know? Oh, anyway. Dirk Gently, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Enjoy the emotes, friend. Digit 101, thank you likewise. Really appreciate that. Dultimate, thank you, or Dultimate, perhaps. Thank you for the $15. Really appreciate that. Been watching you for so many years, finally have some free income to donate. Thank you, that's extremely kind of you. I hope you've enjoyed the good streams, at least. Flying Dutchma, thank you for the $5. I have not seen the South Park episode, but I'm aware of what it's done, you know? DanBob521, thank you for the $5. Yeah, I saw the Socialist MMA post. Pretty fucking wild. I mean, I think he's been down that road for a while now, you know? Not great. Wolfs, thank you for the incredibly kind 5 tier 1 subs. If you got this sub, you have to drink water now. Well, a win to Flipstick, Umtik, Yehoria, Dino Smash 69, and Clean Saturn. So those 5 people are obligated to drink water now. I don't make the rules. Thank you. And then you gift the tier 4 sub to yourself. Thank you very much for the tier 4 sub. If we're cooked, this is a sausage. I love sausage. Thank you, Wolfs. That's very, very kind of you. I didn't mean to. I meant to gift it to someone else, please. Uh-oh. You don't want the yellow name? No? You'll have to petition for a mod to transfer it to somebody else. Give it away? I would go into the back end and do it myself right now, but I'm afraid I am reading the donos. I will suffer. Yeah, until then you have a great big glowing yellow reminder of the thing that needs to be corrected. Kowalski, thanks the $5. Most American architect John Wayne had a realistic physique for most men, also high-waisted pants. I wish Pinterest would let you ever, like, open an image, you know? Yeah. It's crazy how much high-rise pants have just faded. I mean, now they're just like a auteur fashion thing, really. Even suits are low-rise, but it used to be most everything was high-waisted. Looks good. It masculinizes your proportions. Actually, I don't even think it masculinizes them. I just think it flatters them because women tend today to wear high-waisted stuff. You know? I think that it's just more flattering to have your proportions cut off at a 2-to-1 ratio in general. People wear high-waisted stuff all the time. It is genuinely, right now, very difficult. Not very difficult, but like pretty difficult to get high-waisted pants for suits. High-rise jeans are pretty uncommon. It might be easy if you're a woman or if you're shopping like contemporary clothing, but when it comes to like general clothing for men, it can actually be a bit difficult to find. But it is getting easier. People are returning with a V. Jeff95, thank you for the incredibly kind $25. Thank you. Idea, create an app that counts down to a day where we walk to the closest federal building and elect new local reps, no weapons. I don't think that local representatives are elected at the closest federal building. I think that the closest federal building, I mean, that would usually be like a federal courthouse, and I think that for the most part, when you go there, it's just to like watch trials and stuff. Also, you have to wait for people to be up for election. It's a whole process, you know? It's a whole process. Noella, thank you for the 5. People talk about my non-existent foreskin like it was an aborted fetus. I think there are some ethical issues, but I'm fine, lol. Some people have no chill. I do think sometimes people go a little bit too far with their, you know, intactivism stuff. You know? Johnny W. I don't know why you're so insistent on antagonizing nuts. I don't understand. I don't understand the motivation there. Happy to hear that, Lexi G. Couldn't take it anymore? Here. Just 2 hours, okay? You're just a novice. That is a wild comment. That is wildly funny. Pale Magpie and Memory Suit, thank you for the £2 and $2 both. Really appreciate that. Diego B and Still Alive, thank you for the $5 both. Thank you, thank you. It's one of the main things making transitioning so hard. The thought that you'll have an off day and some transphobe will snap a pic and use it. Yeah, no, the perpetual surveillance state bullshit, even if it's being enforced, you know, interpersonally, it's really, really, really destructive. It's really damaging. Melgard and Farsquire Zero, thank you for the 10 Brazilian Real and $10 both. Weird how Carolyn Levitt stopped wearing her cross necklace. Must be due to all the lying. It is kind of odd that she stopped wearing it. At least she's been wearing it less. Brazil has the Central Bank Payment Protocol, PIX, one of the targets of Trump because it is taking the market share from credit card providers and big tech. God, I wish we had just any kind of state intervention, man. Global capital is so fucking evil. So fucking evil. Oh my God. Based in Brazil. Exactly right. Thank you for the $5. No, I haven't checked out Ross Scott's Game Dungeon videos. I just don't know anything about them, you know? I've been pretty busy lately. I haven't really been able to go through homework from chat. Pale Magpie, thank you for the £5. Just thank God Biden isn't alive to hear Bibi say Trump is the best friend Israel ever had. Yeah, seriously. How embarrassing. Biden unironically was a better friend to Israel. He put more work into lying on behalf of Israel, I feel. And Trump's a lot more fair weather, a lot less consistent. Still Alive, thank you for the 5. Oh, wait, I read those. Weighing myself daily and the like. Uncomfortable Shirt, thank you for the $10. You plan on doing any debates soon? Those are some of my favorites to watch. Probably not, honestly. It's just, it's two things. For one, utility. But also like the environment right now where the people I want to disagree with is so blighted, so anti-intellectual that I don't find the debates entertaining at all. And if I don't find them entertaining, I won't engage in them, because at the end of the day, my ability to meaningfully like, I enjoy streams, right? So the streams, I think for the most part, are good. I like the streams. But if the debates are all these interminable slogs, I mean, they're just like the misery. Like, no one believes in anything. You're talking to a brick wall. Everyone's so performatively bad faith. Not even bad faith, like, incidentally, but like they're trying to be as a show of force or something. It's just, I don't find it entertaining to engage in. I don't think it's very fun. And also, like, I don't think it's very effective at doing what I want to do. I think I do a good job making my points, you know? Ori, thank you for the £10. She, that being your cousin in Thailand's, out there training to be a scuba instructor. I know she's able to handle herself well, but God, I hope she gets the hell out if this does continue. All these damn new wars this year, man. Yep. now that the rules-based global order has basically been shattered by Russia's invasion of Ukraine and Israel's slaughter of Palestinians, things are pretty much up now, you know? It doesn't really matter. Any country can go to war. China can do it at once in the South China Sea. You know, Cambodia, Thailand, India, Pakistan. Just why not, you know? All the time, everywhere. Who cares? Everyone's skirmish all the time. Really grim. KMT, thank you for the $5. Really appreciate that. Amateur PWN, thank you likewise for the 5 Australia. 7 years ago as a junkie, now I'm watching Vosh streams. More of the story is we never stop doing embarrassing stuff. That's true. Though in my case, I really hope I have. Or at least I've stopped doing that kind of embarrassing stuff. Ames, the 5 Canadian. I'm a visual learner. Can you give me an example? Shouldn't be too difficult for you to find European gay porn where people are like touching tips with circumcised v uncircumcised penises. I'm sure that it's probably a whole fetish, right? You can probably find that out. John Wayne with like 2-inch shorts, 2-inch inseam shorts. Yeah, funnily enough, I actually think these are unflattering. They're so tight. It looks like there's no allowance for his crotch. Like, look at that. It's cutting him in half, man. But that is a lot of leg. John Wayne with some espadrilles. Excuse me. Sometimes you forget that man is 6'4". Is he 6'4"? Is that true? I actually have no idea how tall John Wayne is. He was an anti-free speech piece of shit. Yeah. Macromage, thank you for the very kind $10. Another thank you for the continued content. Here's our new kitten we got at 2 weeks old, getting along with her brother well. Ooh. Me. Oh, what a pretty what a pretty, what is it? Calico pattern with the little black speckling on the nose and the paws, the paw beans. Going up for a high five. Hello, friends. I do like Mandalore Gaming. Exactly right. Ooh, perfect. Best friends. Isn't Mandalore Gaming a rightoid? I don't think so. I think the opposite, actually. What makes you think that? Oh, I'm tired. He's a gamer? That is true. He is a gamer. No, no, no. Stop banning people. Stop goading nuts to ban people, okay? I have no idea. Don't remember why I thought that. Honestly, watching Mandalore's videos has given me the impression that he's I wouldn't say he's like a lefty necessarily, but a very intelligent and thoughtful person. I remember when he did a review of System Shock, he talked about a fan theory about Shodan being transgender and how it might relate to the difference between the computer's programmed intentions and what Shodan ended up actually being. I don't think that the way the argument was delivered was especially like, you know, wave the trans flag, super lefty or whatever, but it was more like an open-minded consideration of the idea that I don't think a conservative would engage in. Wow, this Mamdani guy rules. Is the Free Press trying to go after him?
that Zohran Mamdani has ever posted, and there are 16,000 of them. I've watched and listened to every interview he's ever done, and I found his secret Instagram account that I think he's forgotten about, where his profile picture is this. I've cold called his former.
Seriously? Is this really the? Yeah, okay. I'm sure he's terrified by this revelation.
Former classmates, teachers, and co-members of Students for Justice in Palestine. And no, it's not stalking, it's called journalism. And what have I discovered from all this sleuthing? Mamdani is much more radical than his new polished campaign is painting him out to be. Here are some examples in his own words taken from his Twitter. He's a socialist. He wants to defund the police.
This presentational style is this is incredibly obnoxious. Who is this for? Because, I mean, pardon me for sort of acknowledging the elephant in the room here, but the overlap between people who are right-leaning enough to want this kind of coverage of Mamdani and the people who like this sort of girl boss BuzzFeed article-esque, now listen here, kind of delivery. Is this satire? If that's the case, then maybe it's working too well on me.
Abolish medical bills. And capitalism is theft. And he once suggested
Maybe it is satire. Maybe I'm just tired and falling for it. Maybe I'm a fool.
taking apartments from rich people and giving them to the homeless. And of course, he believes the government should provide free housing for all. For more receipts on Mamdani's past, read my piece in the Free Press.
I don't think it's satire. I think it's sincere. Yeah, it's in the Free Press. I don't think it's satire. Just the delivery is so over the top. I don't know. Soup Knife with the $5. Vosh, want to encourage cat owners in chat to adopt an elder cat, make them comfortable in their final years. So many die in shelters. Tremendously sad way to end the stream, but that is in fact the final dono as I head out of here. Sheesh. I don't disagree though. I don't disagree at all. You know, I mean, once like you get a kitten and they're a kitten for like 6 months, and then after that they're a cat for however long they have left. You know, if you adopt an older cat, I really don't think you're not missing out on that much fundamental. Love you all very much. Everyone take care. I'll see you tomorrow, okay? All right. Bye-bye. Drink water.